Here we go. And again,
Recording
just
in
make sure
progress.
their video's off and they're muted. All right. Looks like everyone's here. So I'll start out. Hello, everyone. This is Chuck Tironi, the Reading Conservation Administrator, consistent with the governor's orders superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during a COVID-19 crisis. This Town of Reading Conservation meeting is being held virtually via Zoom for audio and video participation of commissioners, applicants, their representatives, and the public. During this meeting, myself or the chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, and the representatives and members of the public individually as needed. During this commission meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share videos. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, Chair Scanlon will conduct a roll call vote to confirm that all members are present and that they can hear.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. We're going to go through a roll call vote. This will be the order of the vote for the evening. Start with John.
John Sullivan, present.
Martha.
Martha Moore, Vice Chair, present.
Brian.
Brian Bro, member, present.
Andrew.
Andrew Dribbin, member, present.
Joe.
Joe Kernahan, member, present.
And Anika Scanlon, Chair, present.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be able to see you. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by this recording. All of the material for this meeting is available on the Conservation Division page, and I recommend that commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading's website. However, because this meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that the Conservation Commission cannot discuss or consider documents which were not previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written public comment, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started on tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for safe and effective, clear conduct of our business to ensure that accurate minutes are taken. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After the commissioners make their remarks, and these remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the chair will afford the public comment as follows. The chair will first ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by name. Once the chair has a list of names of public commentators, the chair will call on each one and afford them 4 minutes for any comment. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair or the conservation administrator. After the public comment, the chair will once again go down the line of commissioners, inviting each one by name to provide further comment, question, or motion. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote taken during this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. That's all I have, Chair Scanlon.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that. I understand we have a couple changes to the agenda tonight. So I'm going to defer to you. Should we start in with 22 Collins, or is there another place to start tonight?
No, we're going to start with a update on the open space and recreational plan given by Krista Moravec, who is our consultant from Horsley Witten. And there's Krista there. Krista, you have permission as a co-host to share the screen and to unmute yourself. So please take it away.
Thank you, Chuck. I have a brief presentation tonight, and we'll take any questions on the update of the town's open space and recreation plan. We have a complete draft ready. So I will get that started. Here we go. So I just wanted to start out with some key points when we talk about the open space and recreation plan. When we talk about open space, we're talking about both public and private undeveloped land, and it has some important resources, and it might be for conservation or recreation, agricultural, or other sort of value that adds to its importance. So when we're talking about open space in this plan, that's what we're referring to. I think recreation is a little more intuitive and a little more obvious. You know, our indoor and outdoor facilities, our parks, our playgrounds, and our ball fields. So we have been working on updating the town's plan. So why do you have a plan? Well, it's really important to ensure that we can maintain and enhance the benefits of these places. You know, they give us environmental benefits, they clean our air, they clean our water, they give us places to be active, to be social, so they're really important. We also, as a planner, we plan because we want to understand where we are, where we need to be, and how we get there. So the plan is updated every 7 years. The last plan for Reading was in 2017. So we want to see where we're at. Are there anything that we need to update and sort of kind of reevaluate where we've been? And then also it supports funding. You know, the town needs an approved plan to get funding through the Division of Conservation Services, which is the entity that will review and approve the open space and recreation plans. So in the plan itself, it has 7 required sections, but I won't touch on all of them, but sort of the major ones are a community profile. So it talks about demographics and the town's infrastructure like water and roads and all those kinds of things. There's environmental resources inventory. So these are wetlands, waters, wildlife habitat, all of those important resources. There's an inventory of open space and recreational resources, and then we talk about needs, and those are around natural resource protection, needs of the community, and then management needs of the town to maintain and operate these facilities. We have goals and objectives, and for them, we have a 7-year action plan, how we're going to meet them. I'm just going to touch on what's in the inventory. So we look at town-owned recreation and conservation land, school properties that have, you know, they generally have playgrounds and ball fields. We also look at nonprofit and private lands, so the land trust and other sort of larger properties that have sort of recreational or open space on them, including Chapter 61 lands and conservation restrictions. So it might be kind of small, but if you have the draft plan, this is sort of the northern part of town and the resources that are part of our inventory. And the lighter green are the state, darker green are the municipal, and the purple are the private and land trust lands. And the southern part of the town. And I wanted to just touch on some of the needs that we identified through the update process. And we had 3 sort of primary public input opportunities. So we did a community survey from the end of 2020, so around October to the beginning of the year in 2021. We did a virtual public workshop, which I recognize some of you that we held in February of that year. And then we followed up with an open house, getting feedback on the action plan earlier this year. We also took stock of all the work that the town has done since the last update of the plan. So these were many of the resources that we took into account as we looked at needs and accomplishments that you all have done. You know, and I just, you know, in addition to plans, you know, working with the Mystic River Watershed Association and the Resilient Mystic Collaborative. It's a lot of work that was happening with those efforts. So when we looked at some of the resource protection needs that we identified, you know, looking at continuing to address water quality and the need for stormwater management and public education around what that means, habitat protection and wildlife corridors, you know, land that needs protected and making sure that those habitats and those areas are connected, and recognizing the importance of our natural resources as we look at the impacts of climate change and natural hazards and the need to protect them and enhance them. Community needs, we heard a lot about new opportunities around recreation, pickleball courts, but also open areas for folks to not have programming, pickup games and things like that. Continuing to move forward the Birch Meadow Master Plan, looking at conservation areas, just increasing awareness around them. We heard in the survey that we did, people weren't aware of the opportunities in town, so increasing awareness of those areas. Walking and biking was really a need that we heard, and just continuing to build those networks between conservation areas and parks and where people live. In the plan, we also look at sort of targeted populations, if you will, so ensuring that spaces are accessible. We talk about environmental justice, just thinking about equitable distribution of resources and access to them. Thinking about youth and the more opportunities for young people to be active or just to gather and be together and have opportunities, and our seniors, and looking at ways to keep them active and engage them. And a lot of times multi-generational opportunities for everyone. And finally, I have a couple slides on management needs. So a big one that we heard was just upkeeping existing areas. So this is both conservation and recreation, just regular maintenance, the need for management plans and master plans of specific sites. The need to, are there new opportunities that the town can pursue, looking at these Chapter 61 properties, and are there opportunities there in the future? Are there opportunities at existing town properties for a pocket park or maybe some nature-based solution to address stormwater? And then continuing to pursue the Community Preservation Act. And the last two, again, communication and public outreach, just making sure that people are aware of what the town has to offer. There are a lot of maps online, and just continuing to promote those and make people know that they're out there. I think with the onset of the pandemic, people were just outside a lot and using these resources, just making sure that people are aware of just all the opportunities. And then thinking about regulatory and policy needs, how can we use new development projects as opportunities to connect, create connections between those areas and conservation areas or parks, or are there opportunities within those spaces to provide some of that public space, using low impact development or nature-based solutions or green infrastructure. These are all the big buzzwords, but just finding better ways to manage stormwater that has multiple benefits. And then really considering the impacts of development and other activities on our natural resources and how that impacts climate change. So goals and objectives. So I'm not going to go into great detail. This is a lot of work that our committee and our group went into. So I'm just going to touch briefly on our 5 goals that we have in the plan, and some actions that are related to them. So our first is just building local capacity to financially support for planning, protection, management, sustainable use of the town's resources. So these are focused on, some examples are, developing a multi-year schedule for conservation areas, looking at signage or trail maintenance and improvements, looking for a schedule, and having that schedule can help secure long-term funding and keeping that cycle going. Working with local businesses and interest groups who might have interest in a particular area, and can they help support either maintenance or upkeep of that site. And also for the last one, for C, continuing to pursue the Community Preservation Act and an opportunity to bring a referendum at town meeting. Our next goal, so maintaining, enhancing existing spaces for passive recreation so they can be used by all users. So here, ensuring accessibility for people with disabilities, continuing to update those great trail maps regularly, finding new ways to engage trail users if there's seasonal programming at some of the conservation areas. And for the last one, thinking about having a liaison to work with volunteers, so there's better coordination and management, and making the best use of all the volunteers that the town has. On this. So our next goal is maintaining and enhancing recreational facilities and programming. So a similar sort of vein, but on the recreational side, just identifying recreational spaces that need a management plan and looking to develop that regular maintenance schedule for those facilities, addressing accessibility and making sure that ADA is met, but also thinking about, universal design and, inclusivity. So people who may have cognitive or other sensory sort of disabilities, just a more inclusive design. And then more and new programming, and new opportunities for that. There was, are there properties that might be coming available where we could add some more different recreational or open space opportunities and develop a master plan for those. Our next goals are creating a network of accessible open space and recreational resources. So this is, continuing to work on that network that links these recreational areas, parks, conservation land with walking and biking networks, not only within the town, but thinking also about those that are next door and neighboring communities on a regional basis, and how we can continue those connections. Excuse me. And also to continue to implement the Complete Streets Prioritization Plan and the town's bicycle network and pedestrian priority plan, particularly as they relate to connections to conservation areas and the town's parks. And again, as I mentioned before, just finding ways to ensure that new residential development really has access, there are connections to these open space areas and our recreational areas to really sort of improve that linkage between those opportunities. And finally, our last goal is to protect and enhance natural resources for habitat, for wildlife habitat, water quality, and thinking about the impacts of natural hazards and climate change. So looking at the town's bylaws and development regulations to encourage or require different types of stormwater management, expanding the tree planting program that would promote more public trees at the town schools and parks. Another example, working with your existing partners already, the Open Land Trust and the Stick River Watershed Association, opportunities to work with private landowners and educate them. And then finally, just stormwater management opportunities. How do we educate people and at home, and how recognizing that they play a role too? They can plant a rain garden, a pollinator garden, all those kinds of things. So how can we promote that, using town land as opportunities for demonstration projects to kind of encourage that. And with that, I will take questions, any other sort of thoughts or ideas, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Hey, Krista, thank you so much for that presentation. You guys are doing some great work there. I'm going to kick it off with one question, and then I'm going to go around in roll call order to the members here. I was looking at the map you had of Chapter 61 land.
Yep.
I think it's page 29. And I saw a parcel labeled Lester land. And looking at that in the last 6 months, looking at that parcel, I wasn't 100% certain whether it was actually Chapter 61 land or not. I was wondering if you had run across any sort of challenges to whether or not that Lester land was actually 61.
So we actually worked with, I know Kim is now retired, but she had helped us with our inventory, but I can follow up with that if that is not the case. And we can make that correction if that is longer, or if it was mislabeled initially. But I'll make a note and I can follow up with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just asked because I don't know for sure. I've heard it was, and then I heard it wasn't. And
and sometimes they do change their status, though they don't make it easy, of course, but I will definitely follow up with that to make sure. Thank you.
And so I'm going to go in roll call order. So John?
I don't know if I have any specific questions since I haven't had a chance to go through all the materials too closely, but I'm excited to see what you guys are coming up with. I think you're doing great work so far, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Martha? You're muted.
I was curious about the map where you showed the municipal and state land, and it looked like you showed Meadowbrook Golf Course as municipal because it's the same color green as the other municipal properties, and I thought that was private property. And you talked about something being purple, and I didn't really see anything purple on your map.
It might not, I know sometimes I think our video screens, the colors don't always translate, unfortunately. So I will check.
So Martha, are you talking about page 45? The map 10, protected and recreational open space, maybe?
It was the map of the whole town, and she showed us the top half and then the
Yep.
bottom half.
Yep.
So if you put that map back up, that would be.
I will. Yep. And I do see what you're talking. Let me get it in view. Lovely technology, but yet sometimes. And then I will reshare. And I do see what you're talking about. So right here, so it is a mix. So it does have some pride. So this is the purple that surrounds, but there is some
Okay, that green looks very much like
Yeah.
the golf holes, the 9
It
holes of
does.
the golf course. And it's in the same color as Wood End Elementary School and Birch Meadows
Yep.
Park. But I'm pretty sure that green is private property.
So I think I think we should adjust the color because I think the way the legend is here, so this green is very close to the municipal green, and I will go back and make that edit. But essentially it is purple, and what was done was the actual, so for example, that's the fields and the schools are dark green. So this is sort of the active place of the golf course. Like you said, it's the course itself. So I think maybe what we'll do is we'll take that off because it is very confusing. And the colors are very close. Did that help? I moved it a little.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense to me now.
So
I couldn't see the key before because the pictures of the people was blocking the key. But now I understand. You have sports fields is the same color for the golf course, the links, and then municipal is a slightly darker green.
Yeah, they are. It's just, I think we just need, I think it would be helpful just to take that to because it looks a little confusing. So this lighter green here is the, it is confusing. So we will go back, but it is underneath, it is marked as private. So we do recognize that it is private on the map, but showing the golf course is not, I don't know if it's how helpful it is, and if we should take it off to avoid that confusion.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Yeah, that is a great observation, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Brian?
I haven't spent enough time with it to have any questions, intelligent or otherwise, so I'll pass for the moment.
Okay, Andrew?
Similar. Well, thank you for this. This is very helpful to look through, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I have 2 questions that I think I formulated that are somewhat coherent. One, we're talking about working for a Community Preservation Act, and I've just looked at the plan that was sent from Chuck, and it looks like that's something we want to try to push forward in year 2. And before that, we're going to try to push a public education campaign for the Community Preservation Act. I was just curious, what might that look like? Is that all that we get in the plan, or is there more information that would help us make that happen?
I think that is, I mean, that's how the action is written, but I think it's more of just, there are materials out there. I think the CPA website has some great resources about how to educate a community about its benefits. But I can work with Chuck to kind of pull those resources together for you. But I think that's, kind of building up to have a, campaign, for using the same word, is just to kind of build support for it and to explain what it is. I think it's that's sort of that is what the action is, but there isn't much more detail in there. I understand that, but we can provide some of those materials that are already out there that other communities have found successful. There's a lot of work that's already been done, and it's easy to kind of build on that rather than trying to reinvent the wheel with all the other communities that have been able to pass it. So we can work with Chuck on that for sure.
Yeah, and I'm sure this would have been helpful to ask for earlier, but I know this has been on the table from looking at the previous plan for a long time.
Yeah.
So if there's anything that the plan can do to help move it forward at this point, I think the town would be a benefit to the town. My other question is, and again, this might be in the plan, but I like the map of all the open space, the private and the public. But for us in the conservation, we're dealing with a lot of undeveloped land that's privately owned. Is that mapped anywhere? Because I'd like to kind of follow through and see how that's changing over time.
We did not, that was not part of the mapping that we did for the open space for this plan update. I don't know if we can coordinate with the GIS folks in town to see if they have that information for you. Are you talking about privately developed or privately owned land that is undeveloped?
Yes.
Yeah.
That comes before us asking to take down the trees and to build on it. Yes. I'm curious to know how much land there is so that we could kind of follow through and see how much we're losing.
Yeah.
I think the select board asked that very same question. I'm not sure the context of it, whether it was over a certain size or municipal land that they owned, but it might be easy to figure out, how to get the private land from that. We have a new GIS coordinator, Matt Dane, and he can, I can shoot him an email and see what we can come up with. I'm not sure it's something that's needed in the open space plan, but it might be interesting to have that map around.
One of the, the Mass GIS data, they sort of have those different layers about land use or land coverage. And this last update that they had done, they had used a different methodology. So the most current layer is not quite the same as previous data. So it's kind of, it becomes a challenge on that sort of data that's out there that's available from the GIS data. But there still could be some opportunities to try to determine what that is. I don't know how fine grained, but there still might be some ways to determine that or get a general sense of what's going on.
Yeah, I think that'd be really helpful, just to get a sense, even if it's outside of this open space plan, but if we could get started here, I think it seems appropriate just to have a general idea of how much undeveloped land there is that's privately owned.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that we were, I know when the previous GIS person was sort of, we were trying to look at that, but again, since the data were different, it was difficult to determine just for this particular update, but maybe outside you can devote a little bit more time to it and some resources.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's all I got.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Thank you, Joe.
So I will quickly make the same apology everyone else has for not having had time yet to review this in as much detail as I'm looking forward to doing. One thing I did notice, which I'll go ahead and flag while I'm here, is on page 14 under infrastructure, transportation, streets and roads. It talks about some bike improvements that I think actually have happened. But it talks, I mean, I'm wondering if this is a copy of older text. In particular, it says we don't have any bike lanes, but I do understand that, for parts of Haverhill and West Streets, we do. And it says that we are, going to get a shelter for bikes at the depot, at the train depot. But I was happy to see that we already have one, a nice shiny new one. So
I will check that. I apologize for that.
Yeah, this is a little tough because especially all the stuff that involves, I'm not even like, I see there's a section on developments downtown and I'm like, well, there's no hope of that being up to date because that will, you won't email us a new draft before someone proposes another development, I'm afraid. So that'll just have to be a snapshot in time. And I think that was the only comment I have so far. But like I said, I'm looking forward to looking at it in more detail.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Highlighting that. Thank you.
And as a follow-up to Joe's last comment, the email I received about this presentation came in this afternoon. So are we going to continue this to another meeting to give the Conservation Commission an opportunity to look at it a little bit closer and provide feedback, or are you under a tight deadline?
So we're not under a tight deadline, but we have one meeting with the Conservation Commission, and your comments in writing are welcome. I mean, I think I sent the draft out before to be reviewed by the commission, and this is the final draft in quotes. So yeah, written comments are welcome. There's also an opportunity to show up at the CPDC meeting on Monday night on the 16th and the select board meeting on the 31st of this month. Krista will be presenting at the select board meeting, and Heather Cleish will be presenting at the CPDC meeting, along with Julie Mercier. So those are two additional opportunities, but again, anything in writing, and Joe seemed to pick up on something that I think all of staff missed, because we've been with this final draft for a little bit of time. And so that's, it's one of those things. That's why it's a draft, and that's why we're presenting it out there. So all that granular information is extremely helpful. So appreciate that. Appreciate any comments. I was going to ask Krista if about the next steps. I just went over the schedule, but as far as what are the next steps for once we hit the 31st and you get your letters of support from the CPDC, the Conservation Commission, and the Select Board, and then to follow up with that, which I think maybe would be important if you added this to the Select Board presentation. They may like to know what doors having a open space and recreational plans open up as far as grants and that opportunity. Why are we doing this? What are we eligible now or for if we have an open space and recreational plan?
Yeah, and generally those are the federal grants, the land, water, and conservation funds that come through DCS, and the park grants that come through the Division of Conservation Services. So though they require an approved open space or conditionally approved plan for those funds, but I can definitely pull those together if there are others out there. Those two come to mind right away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can use those to acquire land, to do new parks, those kinds of things.
Okay. I do want to reach out to members of the public who might be here, if you could please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments at this time.
They should raise their hand using the reactions button below and the raise hand function in the reactions button.
So I see none. So if anybody listening from the public wants to comment or participate, you know, there were some dates provided, and hopefully, Chuck, some of that information, other opportunities, hopefully some of that information can be obtained through the Reading website.
It sure can, or they can contact me at the office, Conservation Administrator, or through the website, and I'll get that information to them.
That's my alarm, sorry. That's my alarm. So it sounds like there's no other questions or comments. Thank you, Krista, for coming in. I know this is a massive effort. You can tell because it's hundreds of pages. And thank you for showing it to us tonight. And good luck with the rest of the process.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate any comments that other comments that you could provide. We would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Krista. All right. Now.
So next on the agenda, I have 22 Collins. Is that where you were expecting to go next, Chuck?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will allow Phil Peterson to enter the meeting. I think,
Great.
Phil, you're alone, and I will get the latest plan.
And I will read the script. So Phil, welcome back. We are going to now continue the public hearing on notice of intent filed by LLC Philip and Julie Peterson pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant is proposing to construct an in-ground swimming pool, pool decks, landscape planting, grading, and utilities within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, and on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 22 Collins Ave, Assessor's Map 51, Lot 124, DEP file number 270-0758. Before you start, Phil, I'm just going to ask for a recap of the site visit. I understand a site visit was performed.
I know that Brian and Martha and myself was at the site visit, but Martha or Brian, would you like to give a summary?
Martha, you want to do it?
Andrew was there also.
Oh, Andrew, sorry.
Yeah. The biggest thing we were looking at the site visit is the original plan submitted showed filling the woods beyond the pool area all the way up to the 35-foot line from the wetland line. And we were concerned that that required taking down a row of trees, and it would also be burying a lot of smaller vegetation under the fill that close to the wetland. And while we were there, we had a tape measure out, and the homeowner was there, and a conversation happened, and the homeowner has allowed that perhaps they didn't need to fill quite so close to the wetland. And so we have a new plan that Chuck sent out today showing more of a 50-foot back from the wetland line rather than 35 feet. looking at the trees that want to be taken down, one of them was clearly leaning in the direction of the house. Another one is a pine that has a very damaged top, but there was a very healthy looking red maple. And I was hoping that they could avoid removing that healthy looking red maple by modifying where they fill in that area. Brian or Andrew, did you have any other things to contribute?
We also talked about a number of ways where the pool might be reoriented or moved to see if we could lessen the need for so much fill on the side of it. And in the end, we didn't come up with anything practicable. I also want to point out that Martha pointed out to all of us some invasive species as well as some desirable species, Jack in the pulpits. So hopefully, Phil, you can keep that in mind about maybe getting rid of the invasive species. But no, nothing else of significance really to talk about until we get to questions.
I'll just add that when we first got there, we did confirm where there are some flags that have been placed, and they, from my point of view, they seem pretty well placed, and they do set a good boundary. So when we're looking at the maps that have been sent with the 35, 50 foot, 100 foot buffer, I think those are pretty good basis to work with from our sidewalk.
Yeah, when you say flags, you mean the wetland line A1 through A7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that all? Is that all?
No,
Seems-
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, do you want to just kind of go over the proposed changes we received today?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for coming out. I thought it was a nice site visit. I think it shed some light on a few things, different species, and then just being out there and running. We did pull a tape off of where the wetlands were marked out in. I agreed that pulling back the fill area to outside of that 50-foot buffer would work. I just tried to explain what we were trying to do, accomplish by placing the pool where it was. And I think by bringing everything back to that 50, the project still works. And ideally, we just wanted to be able to take some of that material from the excavation to put it on that north side of that area to kind of fix the slopes and things that are going on over there. There is the one big oak tree that is leaning towards the house. It's the closest to the house in the line that we're talking about removing. And as far as the one that Martha talked about leaving, it's my intent to leave that. I think we can work around it. It's really at the back of the pool. And I kind of showed where the filling would be. So I think we could make that work by just working around it. And so I don't know what else we can talk about. I know with the last meeting, there were some questions about plantings, and I agreed to plant, I think, 5 or 6 trees on one of the figures that we put together. And then some of the plantings, would be willing to do some of the plantings like that Martha pointed out, or even, and also pull out some invasive species. I think there was some of these white flowered ones that I didn't know that were an issue that were in the backwoods, probably closer to within the 35-foot buffer to the wetlands themselves. So I could definitely go out and pull weeds, and I have 3 sons that would probably help me as well. Outside of that, I'm not sure. I think Chuck has up the figure of where the grading area would be. So I guess I'll leave up to any other questions that you guys might have.
I'm just
Excellent.
concerned that the grading area shown now has such straight lines and sharp corners. I'm concerned about the way that will blend into the existing terrain, where at the 97.92 at the bottom of this picture, and then it goes out and it makes a very sharp corner. I'm assuming that you're going to aim for something a little more naturally blended into the landscape that's there. Often we get topo lines on plans like this that sort of show us what the elevations will be for the final elevations. And also, we haven't got which trees are where on this plan. I know they're on another page that you sent us earlier. So it's a little hard to tell where that red maple is that I'm hoping we can protect. It's somewhere near the word area in limits of work area.
Yeah, it's right. It's between the 90, it's right on the other 96.62 on that, in that fill area, that's
right.
vertical slope there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to protect that tree if you fill around it. It'll kill it by burying the roots. So we had some conversation about
right. So at the top of that,
filling in that area.
Right. So the surveyor did this, we had the meeting yesterday and he did it pretty quickly, but off of that the top slope, I think we talked about just coming off doing that 3-to-1 slope. So that probably can be changed a little bit on the southern side, whether it's 97.92. That would be just a 3-to-1 slope. So that grading area probably wouldn't be as big. So I guess I could talk to the surveyor about showing more of a topo, but we would kind of follow the natural contours that are there, and wouldn't be so, I know it looks kind of conceptual on the figure, Martha.
Thanks.
Okay, Martha, any more questions at this point?
No.
Okay.
Oh, the plant that you were talking about with the white flowers is called garlic mustard. And I did identify the cedar in your front yard. I think it's Eastern red cedar.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Brian.
Yeah, I do have some questions. First of all, the site visit yesterday was really useful. Let's see. So my first question is, well, going back to the plan we were sent before, it seems like the identified trees and the plantings weren't quite right. I think it was off by 1, but you might want to revisit that. The orange circles were indicating that the trees that were going to be removed, I only saw 5. It referred to 6, but anyway, just you can check the plan. Let's see. So I will say that when I first looked at this, I was not thrilled about the fact that looking at the aerial photos over the years, so much space had been cleared behind the house in previous years and without permits or anything. So I was already less than happy about that. However, the site visit yesterday some of the accommodations, having the end of the slope be 50 feet away, I think is a plus. Martha, I'm not so worried about the slope. The difference there is most of 7 feet, 3 to 1 is 20 some odd feet. And without measuring it, I think there's plenty of space there to have an appropriate slope. It's worth double checking, but I think that will be okay. Let's see. So this is a aquifer protection zone, right, Phil?
It is.
Okay, so one of the prohibited uses is earth removal. Have you talked to any zoning authorities about the excavation and whether that's going to be allowed by them or anything like that?
I did go to engineering last week just to go over the percentages because I'm allowed 15%, which is 6,600 square feet. So adding the pool does increase that. So I am over that 15% with the pool. I did talk to I didn't catch the guy's name at engineering, but I told him that we're excavating the pool and putting the material in a grading area, and he didn't seem there was any issue with it. It was just we had to get the calculations from the surveyor, which I had done.
So the calculations are for the square footage of impervious area, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm actually talking about the fact that you're going to excavate the area for the pool, and that's a prohibited action in an aquifer protection zone. So I was wondering whether you'd already talked to the appropriate commission that administers that kind of a zone.
No, I guess that did not come up in some of my discussions. Is it not engineering or another group that I need to talk to?
I think it's the Community Planning and Development Commission, at least according to the bylaws. Chuck, is that right?
So yeah, plenty of pools have come in. This is the first time that I've heard that, I just think it needs to be checked in on. I remember a lot of review by the engineering department about creating impervious area and that calculation, but never permission to actually dig in the aquifer protection district. But I could sort that out tomorrow.
Yeah, to help
to work.
find it, it's 10.3.3.2L. That
So
can get you there faster.
In 2020, we did an addition off the back of the house, 8 by 24 feet, and that never came up through the process when I went with engineering and got the permit.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question. It's not in our jurisdictional area anyway, so for the most part, it was something that I noted about aquifer zones. So I just was wondering whether you had addressed that with anybody or not.
No, this is the first I've heard of it. Like we did the permit for the addition that we did in the front porch. Excavation was never an issue. It was the only two things that came for conservation, which are outside the 100-foot buffer at that point, and the aquifer protection, and then the impervious surface. So
okay,
we have almost an acre, so we own a good chunk of land.
Yeah, at this point, we can just leave it as a point of interest and see if Chuck finds out anything interesting about it. But that was the only questions I had, Anika.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Andrew?
Did we lose John? Or because John hasn't had a chance to speak.
Okay,
I could go, but
thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I guess my main question is, when we're putting all this dirt in the back and regrading backyard and then engineering a slope down towards the resource area, what is keeping all that fill there? Like, why isn't it just going to all wash down into the wetland when it starts raining? Is there a retaining wall or anything being built back there? Or is it just?
No retaining wall.
Okay.
We're just going to use, I put grass or mulch, and it's a 3-to-1 slope. So, we'll have a silt fence or compost sock set up until the seed or mulch, what do you call it, stabilizes the area.
Okay. We think that 3-to-1 slope is appropriate for the material that's going in there. Like, will it hold that slope?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And then is this material all coming from where the pool is being excavated, or is any going to be brought in from off-site?
Most of it will be coming in. It should come from the pool, and we may have to bring some in.
Okay.
I haven't confirmed that with the contractor.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I was curious about the same thing, about whether or not there's going to be a retaining wall. I am worried about the fill in general, and the pool. We've talked about this before. The orientation is creating the desire for the addition of the filling of the land. I don't have a particular issue with the orientation of the pool as it is. It's not intuitive to turn it parallel to the site and perpendicular to your home, but that's your choice. But it is creating this fill need, which I am not as enthusiastic about. But I appreciate that you're before us to talk about this. I appreciate the opportunity to review this with you, and I'm glad you're trying to do it on your own. It's nice just to deal directly with you, the homeowner. So I do wonder if there's any way of exploring alternatives to minimize the fill.
Well, we selected the orientation of the pool. We did look at it both ways, perpendicular to the home, so that's the way it is now, or parallel. Parallel, I looked at it, we'd basically kind of taken almost the same amount of area, or the fill area would be similar, because we want to keep it on that where it is on the north side of the building, of the property, because we do have the other areas like a grass play area where our kids play. I mean, they play wiffle ball, football. I have 3 young boys, so doing it the other way would really give us less access. That back area would be very limited. The southern part of where it says 100-foot buffer, 97.2, that's all kind of, it's kind of like a hill, and it has a lot of briars, and it's undeveloped area. So we thought this would be the best way. We still had to do some sort of filling on the north side, and I think it still gives us, a play area, grass area for the kids to play, so we can still, use our yard. So it seemed to be the best option for filling versus filling in use of the backyard still.
Okay. I mean, from my point of view, the plan is proposed just because of the fill. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it. I'll just leave it at that. But we've discussed this before, and I'm not sure how the other commissioners feel. So I'll just, I'd like to see it personally redesigned where there's minimal to no fill, but that's my personal preference. And I do think you have a very large, nice yard, and I think you can make it work and still have plenty of play area for your kids. So that's my only comment right now.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Joe?
Thank you. So I think the only comment or concern I have that I haven't heard someone express already is specifically at the north edge of the property. So I understand now that on your property, going from the area where it would be level with the existing yard, down towards roughly the 50-foot buffer. There'd be a 3-to-1 slope area. I do remember those numbers from I'm actually not sure even if that's the Massachusetts Conservation Commission guidebook or something like that. But that's it's not a made up number. I get that. The problem is on the north side and I was looking at the aerial photography to make sure I remember correctly. Although actually, I think in one of the pictures in your NOI as well, there's a picture of the shed sort of from the back. You can see that it's really just about how this interacts with your neighbor to the north, because their property falls off starting roughly at the roughly at the point where the proposed fill area reaches the north edge of the property on this plan, and falls off pretty steeply. So obviously you're not filling their yard, and so that seems like once you start filling along that northern edge, you're going to end up with some point, some distance, in line with the edge of the pool on this plan on the north edge of your property that's at elevation 97, while your neighbor's property is a good probably 6 feet down from that, and you don't have a slope on the north side here. So I assume that wouldn't work. I assume that would have to either be a retaining wall or you'd need a slope on the north side, similar to what you have sort of towards the northwest now. Does that concern make sense? And do you have any thoughts on how you'd want to address it?
Well, that slope, it will be a 3-to-1 slope on that north side. I guess the surveyor's lines don't show that, but no, it wouldn't be just a direct, a straight drop off.
So
the figure probably needs to be
right. So I just made something up in my head when you said that, and you can maybe tell me if I'm getting it right. And obviously, we'll need to see the plan updated. But starting from roughly where the words 9115 are on the screen here, if the slope curved eastward instead of just running into the north edge of the property, and then ran along the north edge of your property. Is that what you're talking about here, where you'd have a slope to the north and to the northwest? Because I think a 3-to-1 slope to the north and to the northwest might work. But you do have to have something to deal with the fact that your neighbor's property is just way below some of the proposed fill area.
Right. Yeah, where it drops off is kind of right behind that corner of the shed. That's where I think the slope, the fill area, the drawing doesn't look right now that I'm looking at his redraw, because there should be that hatch along the north property, and it should be, I would say, half the distance between the shed. The corner closest to the northern line should be half the distance or less will be the flat area, and the rest should be sloped down for that 3-to-1 slope.
Yeah, no, it looks like I'm looking at the aerials. I wish we could put both of them on the screen at the same time, or I don't know if Chuck, if you happen to have the aerials open, or I suppose I could try sharing my screen. But yeah, it looks like the neighbor's property drops off pretty much right at the sort of at the corner of your shed closest to your house.
Joe, if you can share, go ahead.
Sure, let me try this. I'm not as good at here we go. Share. Do people see the aerials here? Okay, great. So yeah, so I'm concerned about this region. If you can see my cursor right here above the shed, you've got a slope proposed on this side, and I can see how that will work. But then I'm concerned about this boundary here. And it does look like it would need to go almost to the edge, because my reading of your proposed fill area is that it goes, all the way to here, and your neighbor's property drops pretty much. Your neighbor's property goes down pretty much at exactly the point where you want to not go down relative to where it is right now, where you want to start filling. So yeah, my guess is that the sloped area would go, along here, maybe not, a 3-to-1 slope wouldn't have to go as far because, you wouldn't be going down as far at the beginning as you would be at the end. So it wouldn't be an even width boundary, but does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what you're saying, and we're going to have to match that to some degree as if you pull your hand down a little bit.
Yeah.
You kind of get that. I almost, like I was telling them, if you look at that high corner of the shed, that should be
right here.
Keep going down.
Yep.
Yeah, like right there. That's where if you go west, that should be like the top of the fill area. And then when we hit that 50 mark, we're going to start going, say, south.
Yeah.
And if you see my little wood pile, I think we're going to be,
thereabouts.
We're going to almost match. If you go down or go to your right just a tiny bit, we're going to make that like 3-to-1. Save the tree that Martha was talking about to your north where the woodshed is.
Okay.
So then that's kind of where I think where we are now with the new revision. So
all right.
in that plan, now I'm looking at it with you.
Okay.
I'm
gonna stop sharing.
I look at this backyard every day. So if you look at the surveyor's plan, it doesn't.
Yeah. No. Thank you. This makes much more sense now.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Martha, you had a question?
Yeah, I just also wanted to comment that when we were on the site visit, Mr. Peterson said they're going to turn the shed to make it parallel to the side of the swimming pool. And that's not shown on this plan. So when the as-built plan comes out, it won't match this plan. So they ought to redraw the proposed location of the shed when they're done fixing the slopes as well. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Brian, go ahead, and then it's my turn.
Yeah, I actually had the thought before, but I was waiting for the other folks to get their questions in. So one thought I had even on site was, given all the trees that have been cleared, the extra playing space that's been created, I would like to see some significant vegetation plantings back there. I know you're talking about trees, but above and beyond that, some kind of natives going in there to kind of offset what's been done over the last some odd years and what you're proposing doing. So it's kind of a kind of giving back to nature, if you will. To me, at least my opinion, that would be very important for approving this, to make sure that there was some give back for what we're considering approving here. That was it. I just wanted to get that in.
Okay, thank you. I know I missed the last meeting in February. I'm sorry, I missed earlier discussions, the last set of discussions about this, but I do want to echo comments made regarding the placement of the fill made by Andrew, and the planting comments made by Brian. Those were things I was going to speak up about tonight. I think there's a variety of alternatives to that can really minimize or just eliminate entirely the need to regrade and fill anything in this backyard. And I welcome the applicant to seriously consider those alternatives. Because based on the history of historic filling at this property that was not previously approved, and the previous taking of vegetation, as far as I could tell from the aerial photos, during 2 timeframes between 2009, 2011, and between 2015 and 2019, there's been a gradual taking of natural space in the backyard. And I would like to see future work respect the original natural limits and do some restoration, and strike that balance between the pool size, and what the applicant wants to do with his backyard. So those are my comments. At this point, I'm going to open it up to the public to see if there's any comments or questions from them. So if you're a member of the public and you have any questions or comments, please go to reactions and raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm going to relay this over to Chuck and see if he has any questions.
I only had a question about the area where the limit of work stopped. And I was just wondering if there was any proposed, you said there was a thicket there and a hill, if there was any work proposed in that area. Grab the plan again if you need. I can just show you.
No, I wasn't planning on doing anything there.
It's like somewhere in here. So that limit of work line could be brought up in like this direction here to the 100-foot, or maybe right along here, wherever the end of it.
Right there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that would help me out. And I was wondering where that tree is that Martha wanted to save. I thought you said it was right here at the 96.62. Is that the tree?
It's a little below that. Yeah, it's a little lower, but yeah.
So at the site visit, I thought that you were going to try to limit the fill to something in this area here, and then eliminate it in this area here. And, looking at the plan, knowing that this area is further away than this other area, it may not make any sense, but at the end of the day, it's less fill, and I think you're creating kind of like a squared off lawn somewhat. But that's what we talked about. So I was just wondering if you rethought that.
You're right, Chuck. So I think on that back corner, we just talked about maybe making it a 3-to-1 slope. It seems to be fine. So we could stop at that tree, I guess, if we really just wanted to leave that all alone, because so maybe at that tree is where it stops.
And this area over here, you're just going to have to bring back and put in some elevations, and then cut the slope back in this area here.
Yes. Yep.
Just to meet up with the existing grade, which it says right here.
Yeah, he did this last, we had our meeting. I kind of didn't do it the way I wanted him to do it, but I just wanted to show that, I am trying to work with you guys and listen to what you're saying. And it was even good for me just for us pulling the tape and kind of looking at everything laid out in the real world, and, agreed to keep everything back outside of that 50. I'm agreed to put in the trees since the last meeting. And I know Brian talked about species. I'm open to do all those things. As far as the size of the pool, I've already, basically paid for the pool. It's coming soon. Not that matters to you, but I feel like this is a good plan. I think we're trying to take into account what everybody's saying. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think the pool's in a good spot. Any suggestions or next steps would be appreciated. But I'd like just to know, what the commission thinks. Is this an approvable project, or am I going to have a expensive lawn ornament coming soon? It's just, it's going to be a fiberglass pool, so it should be pretty quick install.
Andrew, sorry, I didn't see you, Andrew. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Peterson.
I just raised my hand. But yeah, I mean, I think from my look at this, the drawing's just too conceptual for us to really get into the nitty gritty. So it's hard for us to really give you some helpful advice. I do think you're going to be okay because the pool itself isn't really in question. It's just how you're handling the edge of your yard and how it goes around there. So I think the way it's drawn right now is really crude with just this line that's we've talked about. So to me, I think if you minimize the fill, which seems doable, even with keeping the pool as it is, and you can come up with a plan that just is easier for us to follow, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, any other feedback from other people? Okay. Not seeing any.
I'll
Go ahead,
just
Joe.
quickly in a sec. I'll just say, +1 to what Andrew said, that I think the, if we can get a clearer picture where the fill is, and especially, I mean, some of the things that I've now heard, but I've only heard verbally, like, I'm afraid I wasn't able to make the site visit. Sorry about that. But I do have to work sometimes. So the, yeah, if some of the things I just heard there, I think if I saw them in a plan, would make this pretty straightforward. And also in terms of your lawn ornament, I think, again, as Andrew said, the only concern is about the fill. So in the absolute, there's no question about the pool. It's merely a question of where the dirt that used to be where the pool was is going to go.
Right.
So I think you're getting your pool either way. It's just a question of the yard and then the slope around it.
Right. Okay, I mean, maybe I just need to get a different surveyor or somebody to do the plan, but so if I can, so I guess at this point I have notes, just get a better plan that kind of shows the grading areas a little bit better. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, sure. Yeah, so it does look like the request to have the slope over on the north, screen north, where it says right here. And then, there was a request to remove some of this fill or do less fill. And we already talked about it. You and I talked about this at this meeting, that maybe where this tree is, you can eliminate this section of fill right in here. And if it drops off steeply, I guess what I wouldn't be surprised is to seeing, you grade it in, meeting the slope, taking the curse out of this area right in here, but you're not filling it, then grading it. So,
right.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see that with my site visit, because I know there's a sharp drop in here.
Yeah.
The fill over in this area. And then if we could just see where the trees are that you're going to plant, and unless on that other plan, the commission's satisfied with that other plan. But if not, just an area where those trees are going to be planted would be good. I think that's what would work for me. Also,
Well,
although I don't have a vote.
Okay. So like more like an as-built, like have the shed move to the right spot, have the new trees put in.
Yep.
Showing okay. And then where the fill area and slopes are going to be, just have those corrected to what we talked about today.
Yeah,
and during our site visit.
And be conscious of the limit of work. I mean, don't move it up if you're going to grade in that area, but put the grading elevations on it, meeting up wherever the proposed slope is. It looks like in this area you might have to catch up to it somehow, although I know it does meet up somewhere. But
yeah.
if
okay,
I thought it would also be beneficial to know. So I know the 50-foot line is back here. This must be 60 feet at this point here.
Yeah,
maybe another 10 feet.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Um,
it.
I want to move on with the evening because we have some other hearings and other business.
Okay.
I'm hoping we're at a point where we can continue this, and I think, Chuck, at this point, don't we invite the applicant to agree to continuing?
Yeah, it's at the applicant's discretion whether he grants us a continuance. He could ask us to close, but
Right.
it sounds like he's the updated plan is what we're looking for.
Yeah, and for the issue with the filling is it essentially it smothers existing vegetation, it smothers existing habitat. It's basically developing a natural space. So if you can get that down to the smallest sliver of filling, that is something that I could see myself easily approving. But right now, I mean, even though it is outside the 500-foot buffer, for me, based on the historic filling that has happened out here and the historic cutting and expansion of the lawn, I'm not, right now where I'm sitting looking at this plan, I'm not seeing something that I can approve. So that's my 2 cents. And I'll ask the applicant if he wants to continue this or if he wants to ask us to vote on it tonight.
Well, I did agree to update the figure. So I guess my only option is to ask for a continuance. And I just asked, what are the next steps? Do I go to another meeting? Is this how, am I on the next?
Sure. Yeah, the next meeting's on the 25th, and I'd like to have the information requested a week beforehand. And so it would be next Wednesday or Thursday that you could send that in to me.
Yep.
Would be fine, either one of those days.
And I do want to emphasize that if we do not get it by the deadline of next Wednesday or Thursday, we will not review it at the meeting.
By Wednesday
Okay.
or Thursday, by Thursday of next week?
Well, yeah, Thursday at 2:00 is a good deadline for receiving just a plan. New applications is a little different, but if it's only this one plan that we're asking for,
Okay,
2:00 on Thursday is fine.
okay. And then when's the next meeting?
25th? That's right. Let me see. Yep, 25th of May.
Okay,
I move that we continue this hearing to May 25th.
Okay, is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Let's vote. John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks.
Okay, Chuck, the next item on the agenda, 1310 Main Street. I understand that is continued to May 25th. Do we need to vote on that? You're muted, Chuck.
Can we get a vote to continue to May 25th?
Do I have a vote?
Move to continue the hearing on 1310 Main Street to May 25th.
Seconded.
Go ahead and vote, John.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Just
Sure.
a quick question on this one. Is this something that we've had a site visit on? Or, because it sounds like we're going to be verifying the wetland flags when it does come before us.
And we probably should do another site visit prior to the next meeting. And I think that once the material can be reviewed, it would be good to set up a site visit. So I expect one probably the Tuesday before the meeting, and that would be the 24th.
I think we have a site visit planned that day for Summer Street, right?
Was it the 23rd?
Oh, that's the 23rd. Okay. Anyhow, that'd be good to get a site visit planned, but Andrew driven in favor for continuing.
Yes, let's finish voting. I think we can vote and then we can still talk about site visits. Joe Carnahan in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor. Okay, should we discuss site visits for a minute?
So that we don't forget to.
Sure. Tuesday the 23rd.
Or 24th? Tuesday the 23rd? Or Tuesday
Oh,
the 24th?
sorry, 24th. You're right.
Yeah, Tuesday, May 24th.
Would it make
Tuesday the
sense to
24th.
do 2 site visits on the same day rather than 2 days in a row?
We already have 2 site visits planned for Monday. It's a 572 Summer Ave and 14 Dean Road.
Aha, okay.
And at some point, I probably should stop doing site visits and go to work on Monday. So I think it's easier for me to swing and doing 2 days of doing a third site visit on a second day than.
Okay. The 24th is fine with me.
I can't see my calendar. Oh, there we go.
I could not do it early on the Tuesday. I could do it, say, after probably 10 at the earliest, 10:15.
Yeah, I could do anytime between 10 and 2:30 to when I have to pick up my kids.
Could we do a noon?
Okay.
John, what were you going to say about that?
I'm unavailable on the 24th. I'm chaperoning a field trip.
Okay.
I can't do the middle of the day. It sounds like only the middle of the day works for some folks, though. So
I could do early evening.
What about Wednesday, the 25th? Could we do it in the morning on Wednesday, the 25th?
I could.
We could.
As in 8:30.
I could do 8:30.
8:30 on Wednesday the 25th would work for me.
And that's only one location. That's 1310.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
As I understand it.
I've got a note on my calendar about 1457 Main Street and revisiting the tree planting, but I don't know that that's a site visit. I'm not sure why I have that on my calendar. Chuck, do you have any clue what 1457 Main Street is?
Well, it's probably just to check out for survivability right now. We're in contact with the homeowner that lives in that front house, and I haven't received any of the information I need to put a request for a certificate of compliance together yet. So I think there's time if you just want to hold off on that site visit.
Okay, so I have no other conflict on that day. So we want to do 8:30 on the 25th for the second day of site visits.
Sure.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
And that's a 1310 Main Street site visit, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So any more discussion? No? Hearing none. 15 Carriage Lane. I understand that is also continued.
Continue to the 25th.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue 15 Carriage Lane to the next meeting on the 25th.
I'll second that.
Was that Mr. Dribbin seconding that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I'm
Go ahead and
trying to
vote.
take minutes here.
Go ahead and vote, John.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha?
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew's been in favor. I do have a question about site visit for this one as well.
We'll,
I need
we'll
to
take the
contact-
question after the vote. How about that?
Okay.
Let's get through the vote first.
All right, Joe
Jeff?
Kernahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Andrew, what's your question?
Do I need to contact the homeowner or can I just pop in by one when I'm free? Do you know, Chuck?
For 1310 or?
For 15 Carriage Lane.
You could just go, I think that I'll send out an email tomorrow just to say that you're going to come by, but typically we just knock on the door and
Yeah.
they know that once they submit an application, you can
Sure.
take a site visit, but knock on the door first and they'll have an email also.
All
Do
right,
you know what
sounds good.
day you might go?
No.
Okay.
So Andrew, you want to do just a solo site visit there? Because I didn't think we were proposing a site, or were you going to propose the site visit for everybody? Or,
I think other folks have seen this one.
okay,
I have not, for the record.
No. You're
So,
welcome.
I
You're
mean,
welcome to
and
come
I
in.
still might not, depending on schedule, but, you know, and if, Andy, if you want to text me when you're thinking of this, that's fine too. If you and I are the only ones, we don't need to take a meeting time for it.
If you figure out what day it is and it's in email, I'll be able to give the applicant time and date. So if you want to do it that way.
I'll plan something.
Include me in the emails because I may swing along anyway just to see it again or refresh my memory, whatever.
Okay.
okay.
All right.
So we've continued 15 Carriage Lane. Now the next item on the agenda is 0 Small Lane. And I assume the applicant is here for that.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So at this point, we're going to continue the public hearing on notice of intent for 0 Small Lane filed by Megan Johnson, Delray Realty, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant proposes to construct a limited project stream crossing, including retaining walls, wetland alteration, wetland replication, drainage, grading, and associated utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the conservation page under the current project, 0 Small Lane, Assessor's Map 40 and 41, Lot 153, 155, and 29. And this is filed under DEP file number 270-0748. Maureen, welcome. If you just, for the record, introduce yourself and
Just before we get started, anyone else who's here for this meeting, could they go down to the reaction functions and raise your hand so I can let you into the meeting?
Jack Sullivan's here, Chuck.
Great. Okay.
So good evening, Maureen Harold, Norse Environmental Services. Also here with me tonight is Jack Sullivan. He is the design engineer on the project. So it's been a bit of time since we've been in front of the commission. Let's see, this proposal is for a roadway construction for 2 single-family dwellings. The dwellings themselves will be filed separately as separate notice of intent. So this filing included the roadway, the drainage, the wetland crossing, the wetland replication area. At the last, I guess, couple of hearings, the commission requested that it goes out to review. LEC is the reviewer, and Martin provided initial review, I want to say back in December of last year, early to mid-December. We have provided a response to the review and also have revised the plans. And I can go through that with the commission if you'd like. I don't know if you had an opportunity to review it or if you just want to go into questions on the project.
So let me chime in here for a second. I thought we coordinated with Ann to be here tonight or someone from LEC. I'm not familiar with all the names in the audience here, but is anyone here from LEC?
They must be happy with our response.
Yep.
So would the commission like me to go through the review, address the major items of changes, or just direct to questions?
Why don't you just review the site plan, the major changes?
Okay.
So I would ask that since it's been so long, if you could kind of bring us up to date first, or maybe that's going to be part of your review, because we have new members and it's been so long. So if, and I'll feel like everybody is going to kind of become a new voting member on the commission. So if you just gave that update also, Maureen, thank you.
Okay, so can I share the screen, Chuck? Okay. Let me, okay. So I know a number of the members has been out to the site visit. So about 2 years ago, we had filed an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation. That type of filing sets the wetland boundary for 3 years. So the wetland boundary was set, it was reviewed by the commission, and that's been determined. Essentially, the project is for the small lane roadway extension into a cul-de-sac to access 2 house lots. Again, the individual house lots will be separate notice of intents filings with the commission in the future. But prior to filing that, we wanted to file for the roadway crossing. There's an intermittent stream in this location with an existing 12-inch culvert that is currently clogged. So it would include the roadway crossing, the associated wetland alteration, which is in this area here, as well as the wetland replication. So the original plan that was in front of the commission had shown 3 areas of wetland alteration. So this main area here, there was an area in this location. Oh, actually, I think this is the original plan. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so this main area here, wetland filling number 3, which is right here, which was 160 square feet. Wetland area number 2, which was 404 square feet. As well as this wetland replication here, which we provided greater than 2 to 1 in that location. The crossing incorporated retaining walls, as well as drainage. So this was the original plan submitted with the notice of intent filing. The plan has since been revised. It's been revised to eliminate this 404 square feet of wetland alteration, as well as this 160 square feet of wetland alteration. However, we are still proposing this area of wetland alteration. And I can bring in the revised plans to the commission. Okay, I'm going to zoom it in so we can all see it. So essentially, we had changed the drainage. The drainage originally proposed infiltration trenches down alongside the roadway. We have changed that now to incorporate pervious pavement. So that was one of the biggest redesign features, as well as eliminating the 2 wetland alteration areas, as well as reducing the wetland replication area. This allows us to save more trees on the project site. LEC had asked for some details on the plans. We provided those details on the plans. We provided a list of plants within the wetland replication areas, as well as the spacing and applying a New England wetland plant list by New England plants. And Jack, correct me if I'm missing any major points here.
For the record, Jack Sullivan. The only thing is recently number 22 Small Lane was sold. And prior to that being sold, we created an access easement because a portion of the extension of this roadway goes across number 22 Small Lane. We did note that to LEC. There was a plan recorded at the Registry of Deeds a month or two ago to provide that access through number 22 to this lot. And as Maureen stated, one of the bigger changes was relocating the cul-de-sac more northerly. Anika had brought that up when we originally submitted, if there was a way to try to limit the impact to the trees in the wetland filling. So by being able to relocate the cul-de-sac more northerly, we were able to eliminate those wetland filling areas that Maureen highlighted earlier. And previously, we had the drainage swales along each side of the roadway. It was going to be for low impact development. I know Chuck wasn't sold on that idea. And so I came up, what I try to do in this, and I have done it on commercial properties, is using porous pavement. We're able to reduce the amount of fill that we need to bring in. Small Lane is private currently, and this section of Small Lane will still be private. So as such, there'll probably have to be a homeowners association created for the two lots, and to for the operation and maintenance of the porous pavement, because with porous pavement you can't sand it, because if you do sand it, it can fill the voids, takes away the performance of the porous pavement. So there'll be conditions with the porous pavement for this site, but by doing so, I reduce the amount of fill. I was able to just work within the footprint of the 24-foot roadway. I left 3-foot shoulders on each side of the roadway for utilities and for tree plantings. And then I have the retaining wall. So I was able to really reduce the footprint, which reduces the impacts to trees in any wetland filling. And we were able to significantly reduce the amount of filling on this project. And I think we reduced the mature tree removal by 13 to 15 trees. And so the commission knows we did do soil testing to look at soil types and where groundwater elevations are. Those are shown on the existing conditions plan. And I am proposing for the stream crossing, I'm proposing a large Cultec unit. It's 52 inches wide. It's over 30 inches high. So I do meet the openness ratio for the crossing, and we did detail that to LEC. And I'll turn it back to the commission, but I think that fills in all the blanks. I think Maureen's presentation was pretty complete.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, I'll open up to conservation members, starting with John.
Thanks, Nika. Is there I might have missed this on the plan. Is there a summary somewhere of the total number of trees that are going to be removed and what that number was on the previous plan and where we are now?
Yes.
Jack, if you know the page
Yep.
number.
Yeah, I do. On sheet 3 of 6, in the upper left-hand corner, we say a total of 43 trees, 6 inches or greater, to be removed within roadway and grading areas. I don't have what the old number was. I remember it being like 55, but maybe Maureen has that information from the 2020 submittal.
I think it was around 55, but we can get that for the commission.
Okay,
and
John,
then,
go ahead.
Jack, can you tell, for those of us who aren't engineers, a little bit more about the pervious pavement? Like, are there gaps in the pavement somehow? Like, how does the water penetrate through there?
Sure. So it's similar to regular pavement, except it's larger stones that they use in the pavement area, and it's really the way the base material is constructed. You construct instead of just building it on sand or some, or a gravel surface. With the pervious pavement, there's a sub base that's constructed of different layers of crushed stone, and I provide a detail on sheet 6 of 6. And it basically shows you have like 4 inches of porous asphalt underlaid by 4 inches of 3/4 inch crushed stone, then a layer of 12-inch bank run gravel, then a layer of 3-inch pea gravel, and then a layer of 4-inch crushed stone. So you have varying layers of gravel and stone. So water is able to move through the larger diameter stone in the asphalt surface and then get to the sub base. And that's where not only do you get some treatment, but you get storage. And then we have good sand and gravel on this site. So we have a real strong ability for groundwater recharge on this site. So that's basically how that works. It's really the secret to the porous asphalt is construction of the sub base material.
Okay. And then, so there's still a layer of asphalt on top. Is there any runoff from that asphalt, or is it all?
It all moves into so this works out well, because if you have sites that have a road grade of 5% or greater, then you can get runoff. But this road is relatively flat. We're basically 1%. So all the water, and we'll have granite curbing along the gutter lines. But all the water will be able to move into the stone and gravel underneath the pavement.
Okay. And that 1% grade is from the center of the road to the edges, or is it along the length of the road?
It's along the length of the road.
Okay.
So let me see on the cross section. On sheet 6, you see from the center line out to the granite curb line. So the pitch of the road from the center line to the gutter line is 3/8 of an inch per foot. Mm-hmm. And then on sheet 5, I have the roadway profile, and you can see basically it's 1%. We're coming into the road at -1%, and then we raised into the cul-de-sac at a little over 1%. So it's relatively flat, flat
okay.
roadway.
All right. I think those are all my questions.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Martha? Martha, you're muted.
There we go. This was the diagram I wanted to ask about. I'm not familiar with this type of diagram. So are we looking at a cross section that shows how deep down you have to dig to put in the sewer line and the water main?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you expecting to have to do any blasting to get those pipes in, or will it be just excavated?
Well, with the test holes we didn't encounter any ledge. So the main thing, getting the utilities down to that depth, would be there'll probably have to be some dewatering done in order to get those utilities in, but we don't anticipate any ledge.
Okay, and the stream crossing, would that be where it says Cultac chamber?
Yes.
Okay, so how are we going to protect the water flow during the construction for that stream crossing if you're doing all this sewer pipe laying?
Right. So typically the deepest utilities go in first. So the water and sewer lines would get put in first because they're deeper than the Caltech unit. And then typically the commission will, you can condition when that culvert work will be done. So obviously you want to do that during the driest season. And when I see stream crossings, I usually see commissions, they'll call for that work to be done in, June through August. They won't allow it in the spring, and we wouldn't want to put it in the spring. So that would really be one of your conditions in the order of conditions on when that work could be completed.
Okay. And you're saying the pervious surface cannot have sand put on it. It does look like it's a pretty gradual slope. So will it be salted, or will that also not be true and it'll just be plowed?
I believe it will just be plowed, and it's something I'm going to have to talk with DPW about. We probably have to post some signs that it's a no salt, no sand area. Where this isn't going to become a public way and it's private, this would be something new to the town, allowing pervious pavement on a roadway, but it's really going to be a private roadway. So I'm going to have that discussion with the engineering department and DPW to see how we handle that.
Okay. I think those were all my questions.
Thank you, Martha. Brian?
Yeah, and going back to this porous pavement. So are there any issues wintertime as far as freezing differently than roads, and what's going to happen if the homeowners are unhappy with the slippery surface and they start calling DPW? How would that get handled?
It actually has a good history. So if commission members or any members of the public, University of New Hampshire has a good, they've done long-term studies in cold climates on pervious pavement, and that's actually where I got the standard cross section from on how to build out the sub base for this. And they have a great history. It's still will, with the void space, water still can get through in the winter if it's a precipitation event. You don't get any of the water moves through, so you don't get any heaving or pothole effects like you do with the typical pavement section. So that I can try to get some information for the commission on it too. I can download it from UNH and submit that, so you could have some read up on it.
So basically, the ongoing proper treatment of this surface is going to take the coordination with DPW, but also with the homeowners. They have to know what they can and can't do out there, right?
Correct.
And how would you think that would happen in a way that it actually happens?
So the way that will happen is that where this is going to be a private way, there'd have to be a homeowners association. And in that in the documentation for the homeowners association, there'd be an operation and maintenance plan for the porous pavement. It would prohibit, sealants. We don't want someone coming in and then sealing the pavement with any sort of sealant that would render it non-permeable. And then there'd be requirements, and then in the case, over time, if it did have to be vacuum cleaned, I would spell that out. So it would be spelled out. So in each deed that goes to each of the two lots, they'd be provided a copy of that information. It would be spelled out right in the deed.
And who's responsible for ensuring that there is a homeowners association and they do consider these kinds of issues?
Well, whoever buys the two lots, they'd be part of it. So I would assume there'd be a fee structure set up. It'd almost be like, not like a condominium, but how, like if you live in a condominium, you pay a monthly fee. There'd be some sort of monthly fee.
No, I understand how it works. I'm just wondering what the plan is to make sure that it happens.
Well,
Jack, you're an engineer. You use the word assume. You get 4 demerits for that.
I know I got to be careful with that. But each home with the homeowners association, and it's all tied into that, they would be made aware of what needs to be done, how this surface is to be used, and how it's not to be used, and we go from there.
So going down to the stream crossing, you said that it's 30 inches high.
30 inches high.
So what does that mean as far as clearance from the surface of the water to the under side of the crossing? How much space is there for wildlife?
Yep. So what I did is that on sheet 6 of 6. Yep. Thank you for bringing that up. I show a detail. So what they like is they like the natural substrate of the stream channel to be in place. So if you see, I have the bottom of the unit at roughly elevation 79, and then the bottom of the open channels elevation 80, and the top of the units at 81.50. So there's 18 inches of clearance from the bottom of the natural channel to the top of the unit. And if you've been out there, there's a 12-inch pipe there now, and it's totally silted in. So I'm providing 18 inches of clearance.
So when I looked at this drawing, though, it looked to me like it was filled around that dome. And so then how would wildlife go through? Would they actually have to go through in the water?
Through the water, yep. It would be filled around the dome. You're right. But it would be, the open area is 18 inches high. It's 52 inches wide. So wildlife can move through that area. Right now, it doesn't move through at all. But we're providing 52 inches wide by 18 inches high for life to get through.
No, I agree. Right now, it doesn't at all because it's silted up, but also right now, there's not a road there. So it does change the hazard profile.
Yep.
Okay, Anika, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Andrew?
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to look at this. There's a lot going on, so I'm going to try to be as concise as possible. One, I'm looking at LAC and your correspondence with them, or your response to them. One of their talking points was about the drainage requirements for the new roadway, or the stormwater standards that should be met. And according to LEC, this is a new road construction. So, and this is beyond me. So I'm just looking at what LEC wrote and what you wrote in response. LEC wrote that this is new construction and it needs to meet certain stormwater standards. And the response is, I disagree with Ms. Martin that the project should be considered a new roadway, and that it doesn't need to fully comply with the Massachusetts stormwater standards. But then when we go back to the question about whether or not this could be pursued as a single family home rather than 2 lots, it seems like you've been in conversation with CBDC that is requiring you to construct a new roadway to maintain this frontage so that you could have 2 lots. So there's clearly a new roadway being proposed. And I'm not sure why that's being disagreed with, but is it, as a new roadway, is it meeting, so this is what I don't understand. Is it meeting the stormwater standards as a new roadway? To get to LEC's point, I wish they were here to help me with this question, but I'll start with that.
I'll take this, Maureen. Andrew, to your first question, our site only has, I believe, like 35 feet of frontage on Small Lane. In this zoning district, you need 120 feet of frontage for each lot. So even if we were going to build one single family home, we'd have to create a roadway, as we've done, to create frontage for that single lot. The town will not allow just a driveway to come off the end of Small Lane to service a house. You have to actually create the legal frontage. So we need to create the roadway. We need to create a cul-de-sac. So in doing so, there's a cost with that roadway, and it makes sense for 2 lots. Could you do this roadway and do one lot? You could, but it wouldn't be economically feasible. So in the town does not just allow a driveway. You need frontage for a legal lot. So where we're building the roadway, we have the ability to get the 2 lots. So that's our response to LEC on that item. And then your second question was, oh, and this is a critical thing we have to work out with LEC. They made the comment that they felt this was new construction, new development, and as such, you have with new construction, new development, you need to meet the stormwater standard 100%. Okay, but in the Wetland Protection Act, if you're constructing 1 to 4 lots, you're exempt from stormwater. But in this case, we're extending small lane and we're creating 2 new lots, but there's 3 existing lots. So we're saying we have 5 lots. Under the Wetland Protection Act, if you have 5 to 9 lots, it's considered a redevelopment project. So we were making the case, and with a redevelopment project, you meet the stormwater standards to the maximum extent feasible. So we're saying this is a redevelopment, and we're going to meet everything, the stream water crossing and the stormwater standards to the maximum extent feasible. We haven't heard back from LEC on that, but that is a big item because if I do have to meet, if they come back and say they think this is a new development and we're subject to the act 100%, I may have to change some of my design requirements. We don't feel we do. We feel this is a 5 to 9 lot subdivision, and we feel we meet it to the maximum extent feasible.
So Jack, aren't you pulling in those other lots just through zoning, not through, I mean, I'm sure that the Wetlands Protection Act anticipated and assumed it would be new development. So a cul-de-sac, I mean, I've never, ever reviewed, existing buildings along with new work, but you're combining them here. I mean, I guess we do need LEC to get through this, but I don't see how you can miss and match like the zoning requirements to call it, hey, it's a 5-lot subdivision, when as through the lens of the Wetlands Protection Act, it looks like you're building a road and 2 lots.
Right, and Chuck, what you said is, I looked at this originally and said, we're creating 2 new lots. It's new construction. We're under 4 lots, so then we would not be subject to stormwater. LEC said they talked to DEP and they said, no, you're extending a road. There's some existing lots. With this extension, you have to include the other lots. But LEC was still making the case that they felt that we would have to meet 100% of the stormwater performance standards. We look at this as it's 5. Now, if you're going to count the other 3 lots on small lane, then we're adding 2, so we're to a total of 5. So there's some different ways to look at this, and we have to see what LEC comes back with to see how.
So DEP is pulling in they're saying because there's not a separation between the existing road and the new road, they see it as one subdivision.
That's when Ann wrote her letter back. She has said she had contacted DEP, and that's what they said. Now that was what she wrote. So, but we feel it's redevelopment, even though that's a strange word when you're constructing a new road and to access 2 lots, you would think that's new construction. But the way DEP they're saying you're taking a 3-lot development, you're extending a road, so now you have 5 lots.
What would you need to do to meet
That's my
the
question.
stormwater standards? Sorry. Yeah, well, I didn't mean to take over. I just wanted to know. I thought that would be important to ask.
So with the stormwater standards, I'd have to meet 80% total suspended solids removal. And typically the only way to do that is with a storm scepter. So I probably have to do a more conventional drainage system, like deep sump catch basin with gas hoods, storm scepter, and then put in some sort of, either underground infiltration field or some sort of detention pond. By doing that, now I'd have to elevate the roadway because I need coverage on the drain pipes. So I'd be bringing in more fill. I'd need higher retaining walls. I'd probably have more impact to wetlands. So it's really a critical item. If we need to see how this plays out, because if I do have to meet new stormwater standards, it will change my drainage design. Right now, I basically match grades, small footprint, low impact. I mean, there is impact to the wetlands, but it's a lower impact than if I had to meet the performance standards 100%.
Sounds like this is going to be a talking point we're going to have to continue, but I don't understand how this cannot be considered a new roadway when even it sounds like it was discussed with CBTC that you need a new roadway. So I understand that means the stormwater standards are more substantial, but that seems like the way I would lean you guys to redesign this at this point, because I don't understand how this cannot be considered a new roadway. And then just getting back to your point of it being 2 lots versus 1 lot. I mean, I'll just be blunt. That's not our concern. I think this is doing a lot. And I don't know if there's a way of designing it without the cul-de-sac. You mentioned that even if it's just 1 lot, you still need the cul-de-sac. I don't know. Is that true? It doesn't seem like that would be true. You could do this without a cul-de-sac and get 1 lot on there.
Just
It's a private way. You can do what you want.
No, that's not correct. And unfortunately, we wish you were correct about it, because we've met with CBDC, I don't know, Jack, for 9 months or 12 months, and just trying to sit down to see if they would support the project, if they would consider it an alternative like a driveway, because the driveway would be a win-win for everyone. It would be a win-win for conservation. It would be a win-win for our client. We certainly don't want to build a 24-foot wide roadway, but the town is requiring that. We also asked them to consider a 22-foot wide roadway, and they just wouldn't allow it for emergency vehicle access and that sort of thing. So,
yeah, under the subdivision rules and regulations, a road cannot dead end. It has to terminate with a full cul-de-sac.
Even if it's private?
Even if it's private.
Hmm.
So in part of our trade, right now, if you look at Small Lane, how it exists now with the hammerhead, it's not really a hammerhead. If you drive down there, it just dead ends. So when we went to CPDC, part of our presentation was now we're installing a fully compliant turnaround, which is a benefit for emergency vehicles. Because right now, even the DPW, when they plow, there's really no way to turn around there. It dead ends.
Okay, is the hearing still open with the CPDC? And I don't.
Yeah, we just had it was like a preliminary discussion with them. It wasn't a definitive, because we just wanted to get some feedback with them, because we need some waivers from the planning board, and we wanted to see if they'd be open to entertaining those waivers. Such, you have dead end lengths where we exceed that length. So when we went to them, it was positive, but then it was a preliminary meeting, because we knew we had to then come before conservation, and they didn't want to overstep. We didn't want to go into a definitive plan until we came before the Conservation Commission to get feedback from your group.
Because I have real reservations with this plan as it's proposed. And I think if CPDC knew we denied this proposal, and the only way you could get anything through here is if it's a driveway, that changes the conversation for CPDC, doesn't it? I mean, not that that's our concern, but I can't see this being happening as you have it drawn. So I'll leave it at that. The one last request I have is when I'm looking at these drawings, it drives me nuts that north isn't up. Can these drawings be turned, please? It's really hard for me to just, I just don't understand why north isn't up. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Joe?
So I don't think I have any new questions. I've asked plenty of questions about this project before. Actually, I will comment. Someone asked earlier about the previous number of trees. So I took the opportunity to find the most recent, the previous plan that I could find refers to removing 50 trees, as opposed to the, I think it was 43 now. I do remember that we had some discussions about maybe whether that tree count was not perfectly correct, but it's also moot if we want to recount the, based on the new plan. And then finally, I'll just say that I am, I remember the conversation about shifting the roadway northward. I'm really glad that that is in fact a possibility, and that's what we're talking about now. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to look at and a lot to review here. I would like to, I think we're kind of at the beginning of the review of this. I'd like to get LEC's input on these proposed changes and have them provide some feedback at a meeting. So at this point, that's what I would like to ask the applicant to do is agree to a continuation. I will check with the public and see if there's any questions. Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, yeah, so I did have a question if it's my opportunity. Just one. So if you eliminate, or if you add the storm scepter and have to bring it up to, meeting the stormwater standards, does that eliminate the pervious pavement and that worry about, so in the real life scenario is we can't police this no matter what it says in the deed. And at some point, someone's going to repave this driveway and the commission's not going to know about it. Why is that? Because we don't get a review on repaving. And the only people that get to review it is the engineering department, and they don't tell us that a driveway is being repaved unless it's substantially enlarged. So whatever the lifespan of this pavement that's out there is the lifespan of the, pervious pavement. So I think I wanted to say that because I think, and I believe that that's the lifespan of what's going to happen out there. And I've always felt like that storm scepter and getting away from the country drainage would be a big benefit. And it looks like CPDC is pushing you to agree with that, and so is LEC. So like Andrew said, I think that, I'm looking forward to that discussion when LEC shows up at the next meeting. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to the public. If there's any members of the public who have some comments or questions, please go to the reactions button at the bottom of Zoom, raise your hand. Okay, not seeing any. Jack or Maureen, do you have any final comments before we vote to continue this?
No, my only thought is, Chuck, have you heard from LEC on in terms of when they might have a response?
I have not.
Okay.
Like I said, my recollection was you guys wanted to be at the last meeting and they were part of that email chain, and we pushed it off until this meeting here. And I assumed everybody was on the same page. And so as far as responses and whatnot goes, I'm not, sometimes they take longer than expected, but getting an explanation of why it took longer is something that we needed for tonight's meeting. So, and I don't have one.
Well, could we request to continue for 2 weeks? And could we request to continue for 2 weeks? And
Are
then
you
go
saying
from
for
there?
2 weeks?
Yes,
Okay, yeah, to the 25th.
yes, please.
So I'll make a motion to continue Zero Small Lane to the next meeting on May 25th.
Second.
Hey, John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor, and I would be happy to turn my camera back on.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Maureen. Are you staying for additional hearings or?
I have the next one.
Okay,
All right. Good night, everyone.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Martha, you're a co-host. I'm not sure why you can't turn your camera on. Now, she can work on that as we move forward.
Okay. So the next hearing is 572 Summer Ave, but I understand this one's continued.
Continued till the next meeting, and we have a site visit on the 23rd, I believe.
Right. Do we need a vote on that?
No, it was, well, wait a minute. Yes, we do. We need a vote on that.
Okay.
John Sullivan in favor.
Oh, well, we need
Let's have a motion first.
So I will move to continue the hearing on 572 Summer Ave to our next meeting on May 25th.
I'll second that.
Second.
Okay, go ahead, John.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Okay. Adding more things to our plate for the 25th. Okay, next hearing is for 550 West Street. And Maureen, that's the one you're here for?
Yes.
Okay, then we are going to open the public hearing on notice of intent for 550 West Street, filed by Scott Harris pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Wetlands Protection Act and the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1. The applicant is proposing to raise a portion of a single-family dwelling and bulkhead to construct an addition, roof chop, infiltration, do some tree cutting, some tree planting, some grading, and install utilities within 100 feet within the 100-foot buffer zone of a bordering vegetated wetland and the 200-foot riverfront area of the Aberjona River. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under the current project, 550 West Street, Assessor's Map 25, Lot 2. And is there a DP file number on this one? Maureen, do you mind saying what it is? Or
It's 2700759.
thank you. So I understand there was a site visit. And can I have a site visit report for the sake of all the interested public waiting?
I was there for the site visit with Brian, and who else was there?
Was there? Just
And John. And yeah, we walked around with Scott. Scott was there as well. And we walked down to look at the flags that were placed, and just took a look at the site. It's a very heavily forested site around there, and from the looks of it, the flags did seem to appropriately delineate the wetlands. And then there's also a mark. So there's the flags, and then there are some wooden posts that looks like they're 25 feet from the wetland delineation on the site, which is helpful for us to try to identify the trees, because they're being requested to take down quite a number of trees. We are on the riverfront area because the Arizona runs adjacent to the site. And there was some pooling of water on, I guess that's the southeast side of the site as well, which I don't know, may have been a vernal pool in my opinion, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think that's basically it. If anyone wants to add anything else.
Any other comments about the site visit?
Extreme minor correction is that I think you mean the southwest side, because the southeast side would put it in the middle of West Street. But yes, no, I agree with the assessment that the wetland line seemed, reasonable. I'm looking through my pictures that I took. I don't think I have any questions. I will say we looked at the types of trees we were taking down. An awful lot of red pine, some white pine, relatively few deciduous, but I'd have to be curious to follow up on that for what that was.
Okay, thank you. At this point, Maureen, do you want to discuss this? And is Mr. Harris going to?
Yes, Mr. Harris is here with us tonight as well. Would you like me to bring in the plan?
Sure.
Okay, so I was hoping we could discuss this in two different phases, okay? Wait a minute, wrong plan. Whoop. Okay, so essentially the project, we're proposing two things. One is to cut a number of trees down, which the commission is aware of. The second part of the project, or the second phase of the project, is to
Maureen,
yes.
When you turn your head sideways, we lose all volume.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to let you know.
Thank you. The second phase of the project is to construct an addition and rooftop infiltration in this location. This is also within the 200-foot riverfront area. This is the 200-foot here that's highlighted in purple. I was hoping we could discuss this aspect first to see if the commission had any issues with the addition. We are proposing infiltration for this as well. And then we can go to the trees, because I think the trees is maybe the more sensitive aspect of the project.
Well, I think honestly, we could definitely, discuss this in pieces, but overall, it's all under the same notice of intent. So, you didn't file two separate permits. We're dealing with this all as one.
Okay, well then let's dive in. So, this clouded area that you can see here, we're proposing to cut the trees per the tree policy that leaves 8 to 15 foot tall snags. The trees that are proposed to be removed, they're colored coded. So the green ones are proposed to be left, and the red brownish looking ones are proposed to be cut. We designated whether they're pines or not by the P designation. And this within the clouded area, we're proposing the snags, okay? Outside of the clouded area, we're also proposing to cut trees. Again, the red brownish colored ones are the ones that we're proposing to remove. There are a number of dead ones as well. In addition to that, we are proposing tree replacement. So we're proposing 32 trees to replace it. All of the trees in this area are outside of the clouded or designated area here. All of the stumps will remain in place, and this is where we're proposing to replace the trees.
Okay, I just want to chime in and just comment that the tree policy, really, the purpose of the tree policy is for a really small de minimis type of cutting situation, not a wholesale cutting of dozens and dozens of trees. So it's kind of apples to oranges comparing those two. I understand you can look at the tree policy and try and glean some understanding of conservation interests based on that, but it's not a 1-for-1 for that tree policy. So what I see being proposed, and I don't know if you have a count. Do you have a count of total proposed to cut and total proposed to plant at this time?
There's a total of 59 trees to be cut. That includes 9 dead trees. And then 23 out of the remaining 50 trees would be on that right side of the property that would be proposed to be left as snags. So then there would be a remaining 27 trees that would be coming down in their entirety, and we're proposing to plant 32 new trees.
And the reason for doing such a massive clearing of trees?
Well,
the
so
resource area?
when I met with the commission a year ago on my initial RDA hearing, I expressed a safety concern for my family. They're pine trees that are all roughly 85 to 90 feet tall, extremely close to my house. I've had one that has come down and narrowly missed my neighbor's shed. I had another one that came down and crushed my garage roof, and I had to replace my garage roof. I've got a 2.5-year-old and an 8-month-old in the house that like playing in the yard, and I mean, you hear these horror stories of a branch coming down and killing a small child, and I really don't want that to happen to my family. So that's why I'm proposing to take these trees out. And again, I'm looking to replace these with hardwoods, with maples, oaks. If these weren't pine trees, we probably would not be having this discussion. I mean, I've met with an arborist who said pine trees are meant to be out in the forest, not within 25 feet of a house.
And just to follow up, because you mentioned you spoke with an arborist. Have you received an arborist evaluation for all these trees and the relative health of them?
No, not yet. I decided to go the notice. The last time I met, it was, well, we can do an arborist report and evaluate that, but more likely than not, you're going to need to go a full notice of intent. So I worked with Maureen, and here we are today.
Okay. And the average height of these trees?
About 85 and 90 feet tall.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna, so there's a proposed addition. Is there gonna be a basement?
To be determined. I would like to, but that's kind of a cost question on my end. At a minimum, there'll be 4-foot frost walls.
Okay. Any additional pavement?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna open it up to the rest of the commission, starting with John.
Thanks, Nika. I think starting with the addition, there's nothing about the plan of the addition that is particularly concerning to me. Before signing off on, I'd like to see a kind of a plan for where, if there's going to be any soil removed, where that's going to be taken to, where it's going to be staged, or if it's staying on site. Do we have a map of where the replacement trees are proposed to be planted?
No, we don't have a plan of that, but it was essentially throughout this area here.
Okay. So I would like to see a planting plan before signing off on this. And also there's a quick question on the trees that are gonna be left as snags. There's a bunch of dead trees marked in that area. Are those gonna be removed completely, or are they left as snags?
I was planning on leaving everything as snags in that area just to maintain consistency, and that's the area closest to the river. So I was trying to avoid any overly invasive work in there.
Okay. And is there any plan to plant more trees in that area, or is everything getting left?
No, again, I really didn't want to get in that area too much other than just cutting the trees down to a shorter height.
Okay. I think that's all for me.
Okay, thank you, Martha.
Okay, I'm still a little bit confused about the color coding in the cloudy area. The green trees within that clouded area, are those staying untouched as is?
Yes, trees remain.
Okay, and the red trees in that area are the ones to be cut and left as snags?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that there are some plants in that area that are not necessarily shown on your plan. It looked like maybe some yews, sort of in the area between the words 35-foot no structure zone and 25-foot zone of natural vegetation. Are those, I know yews are normally shrubs, but these are 30-foot tall shrubs. Are those going to be left or are those going to be cut?
Those would remain.
The yews will remain. Okay. And I made some notes on here. There are a few deciduous trees that are smaller in the area. There's a big gap in the green area that I think there are some smaller trees there. They just weren't mapped because they are less than 6 inches. Are those remaining? So you're basically not touching any of the vegetation in that 25-foot zone other than the couple of red trees that you've marked?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I do notice that there are some yard waste and some invasive plants near the corner of the garage, approximately where it says 12-inch RW on your plot. I know that yard waste is out of the 35-foot zone, so I guess that's an okay place to put it. But we just always kind of notice where there's yard waste when we're viewing a property. And I did go out and make a site visit on a different day. I knocked, but nobody was home when I went. Okay, in the back, in the red area, that's where you're planning to take the trees out altogether, right down to the stumps. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I noticed there's quite an understory there that seems to be a mixture of buckthorn and cherry. Are you planning to clear that area and take out all the vegetation, or just remove the trees and leave the understory?
Just remove the trees, and then, as Maureen mentioned, that's where we'd be planting the new trees.
Okay.
In the front of the house where we were taking out those 3, probably put some maples or oaks in that area. So it'd be a combination of those two areas that we're doing the replanting.
Okay, when you say in the front, you're talking about the inside the circular driveway where the 3 Norway spruce are?
Correct, those 3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just concerned when you open up the sunlight in the back by taking all those trees out, you may find that the buckthorn that's there thrives, and you may need to do some invasive control, and that might be a mitigation we would propose for having taken down so many trees.
Okay, that was actually a question that I was going to ask the commission, because I know you guys typically frown on invasives, correct?
Right.
And it's pretty clear walking around my property that I have buckthorn everywhere, and it's, yeah. So I have no problem getting rid of that if the commission would like me to start chasing that.
Okay. what are your plans for the trees outside the 100-foot or the 200, I guess it's outside the 200-foot line? I know they're not in our jurisdiction, but I'm wondering, there are some very large Norway spruce in the back left corner of your property and a clump of very tall pines up right near the street. Do you have plans for those?
They'll remain. They're color coded as green.
Yeah.
So these trees will remain.
Okay. I didn't know whether being outside the 200-foot line that impacted whether you marked them or not. Okay. I noticed that you have a fenced play area and it's right next to where your proposed addition is. And it looks like the gate of the play area is right up in the front. Is that still going to be accessible when you put the addition in?
My intent there was to pull the fence back to the next fence post. So the whole fenced in area would probably shrink by about 6 feet. So where that gate and everything, it would all just come back to the next post.
So that might need to be drawn on the plan to show proposed new location of fence.
Okay.
Are you doing any sort of grading when you put in your addition?
No, so I'm not sure if anyone noted, but the intent was to keep the foundation the way the current section of the house is that we're going to be demoing. So there's about probably 3 feet exposed above grade, and the grade is all relatively flat around the house there. So the intent would be to maintain that existing grading and leave that same exposed section of foundation with the addition.
Okay. Do you have a plan for where your construction entrance will be? I presume it's on that driveway.
Correct.
And what about a soil stockpile? I think maybe Mr. Sullivan asked that same question.
It would be within the area that we currently have flagged for erosion controls. My guess is that we'll have an abundance of soils, especially if we do go the full basement route, and anything that I have excess of would be stockpiled. Removed off site. I'd maintain anything that we need to backfill the foundation, but any excess soils, I wouldn't plan to reuse those on site. I'd get rid of those and haul those off site.
Okay. And what type of erosion control have you proposed for that, where you've drawn it on your map?
I think we just called out erosion controls. I don't know if the commission has a preference. I can either do straw wattle. I know sometimes certain commissions like the mulch socks. I would just defer to whatever the commission prefers.
Okay.
If I need to do a combination of the socks and a silt fence, certainly happy to do that with whatever you guys like me to do there.
The good news is that Scott mentioned that area is fairly flat where we're proposing the addition, so.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like you have the erosion control drawn as it goes right from part of the house all the way around and meets the house at the other side. I'm a little concerned how your construction vehicles are going to get in and out through the erosion control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we could put a break in it right at the driveway there, right next to the house.
I think that was just a drafting error, but we can certainly revise that.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we want a line of erosion control parallel to the driveway where the, so that nothing can go across the place where the 3 spruces are coming out and wash into the wetland on the other side of the circular driveway there. I'm not an engineer. I don't know exactly where it should go, but I'm just thinking, the erosion control is kind of on the uphill side of the construction, and normally we see it on the downhill side. And one last question. You show the addition overlapping the existing patio. Do you have a plan of what's going to happen there?
I think probably when I get to an actual final building state, I'll maintain the same overall footprint, won't be pushing it any closer to my neighbor's house, but I'll probably have it jog out off of the existing portion of the house and then go straight back so that I'm not losing the patio. So just that edge of the addition would slide over a hair.
Okay. All right, I think those are all the questions I had. Wait a minute. Oh, I did ask about the forester, but you said you didn't go with that because we had originally asked if you wanted to get a forester to assess the health of the trees. Okay. And somebody else mentioned the possibility of a vernal pool in the area. Has that been discussed at all?
No, this is the first I've heard.
It's in their notice of intent, Martha.
Okay.
They actually mapped it.
Okay.
Surprise, surprise, Maureen. It's on page 41 of your notice of intent application.
And is it far enough away that it doesn't really impact us?
Well, it's not greater than 200 feet away, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
It's behind 532 West Street. I can share my screen and show you if
Is it a blue blob behind there?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, I see it.
See it? Okay. Okay.
That's all.
Gonna move on to Martha. I'm sorry, to Brian.
I used to be Martha, but so my questions, remaining questions have to do with the trees, driven primarily by the large number of cuts. So my first question has to do with the cutting you're doing in the 25-foot buffer. All of them except for one are dead trees. So I'd like you to reconsider leaving the one lone soldier that's left there. I understand your point about pine trees are not your favorite things to have around your property and your family. I will point out they were probably there first, though. Also, as a note, you're taking down all these pine trees back in the woods, and yet you're leaving the ones next to the play area. That strikes me as a little bit curious. Going back further, top left on the map as it's situated, a number of the ones you're cutting back there are already dead, but there's a few that are further back that are not marked as dead. I'd like you to also consider keeping those. And perhaps to make you feel more confident in that, those are ones that are worth getting an arborist to look at and to think about the health of them. Because if those are healthy trees and they're further away, it doesn't seem to me that they should be subjected to a species side. All my other questions, I think, let me just double check my notes. Hang on a second.
So just to follow up with that, those are these trees here that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just ones back left that are further away. Maybe they can survive.
Okay.
Also, in your narrative, you talk about stakes. Well, having a permanent marker, and you say you got stakes to mark the limits of the Z and V. Obviously, they're not permanent. Your next statement is that the markers can be added instead of the stakes. I'd like that to be they will be added, not they can be, just to make it more permanent. Let's see what else. You got the yard waste in there. So Have you envisioned what that part on the side in the cloud area is going to look like with a very large number of snags? I mean, it's going to look like it was an artillery barrage or something. Is that really the look that you're trying to achieve?
It's my concern, again, as I mentioned, is the safety of my family. So yes, I do know what it's going to look like. But again, I didn't want to be going in there and doing a lot of excavation, disturbing that area, because that's the area close to the river. So in looking at the tree policy, I felt like that was our best option to care for the safety of my family, but then also abide by what the town is asking me to do per their bylaws.
Okay. Have you had any branches fall near your family? Any trees?
Yes, I had one come crashing down through my garage roof and had to replace my garage roof.
Right.
A 90-footer fall into my neighbor's property that came 2 feet from knocking down his shed. And if you look around my property, you can see there's been probably 6 or 7, 8, 9. There's several trees that have come down that are 90 feet tall that luckily have not hit my property. I mean, have not hit my house, but they're out there.
Yeah. So my last point would just be a reiteration that I think getting an arborist in there to give you an idea of the health of at least some of these trees would be helpful. And having said that, back to you, Anika.
Thank you, Brian. Andrew?
Okay. Well, thanks again for submitting this. It's good to be able to review it with you. My one thing I want to focus on is the fact that you are adjacent to the Arizona River, which puts us, as is noted, that we are in the riverfront area. And per the riverfront regulations, there are certain conditions that must be followed, or should be followed at least. I know this is your land, so you feel like you can take the trees down, but this land is adjacent to the river, which is part of the Mystic River watershed. So this is part of something much bigger than you. You have to appreciate that. And per the rules, you have to, I'll try to find what it actually says. Minimize the no significant adverse impact. And this is in the Massachusetts wetland regulations. This isn't a Reading specific thing. This is a Massachusetts thing. And within 200 feet of riverfront areas, you can alter up to 5,000 square feet or 10% of the riverfront area, whichever is greater. For you, it's pretty easy. You got 50,000 square feet. So you have 5,000 square feet that you can alter. Now the proposed, well, let's just look at the existing. The existing altered, which it is what it is. On the map here, it says the existing impervious is 5,400. So even if just looking at the site, we're already at the max of altered land. So everything that's being proposed, I'm not sure why, Maureen, I'm not sure why this hasn't come up yet, but it's not permitted within the wetland regulations. It's just not, none of it is. The proposed addition is not a redevelopment. If you want to take down the existing addition and build it, the existing piece that you want to take down and build it as 2-story, that's permitted. To take down the 14 by 14 foot piece, 1-story thing, and to add a 30 foot by 50 foot addition is not redevelopment anymore. That is new construction. And all those trees are altering the landscape significantly. I have no idea how you measure that, but it doesn't matter because we're already at the max. So I don't understand how we could possibly, you could bring in an arborist, you could redraw this. I don't understand how I could at all move forward with this. It's just not possible.
So if I may address that. So regarding the riverfront regulations, the house was constructed in 1915, okay? So the house was constructed in 1915, which certainly predates the Wetland Protection Act and the riverfront regulations. So you are correct. There's an existing driveway, there's an existing house, there's existing impervious area, but all of that predates the regulations themselves. So it doesn't count in terms of alteration to the riverfront area. A portion of this is determined or classified as a redevelopment because we are proposing to remove this aspect of the house to create the addition. But regardless, the 50 by 30 addition comes out to 1,500 square feet of work proposed within the riverfront area. That's less than the 5,000 square feet. And you're correct in terms of how do you quantify taking out a tree? Now, I know we're taking out more than one tree, but how do you quantify taking out a tree? Again, in terms of these areas out here, our intent was to cut the tree, leave the stump, so we minimize any type of soil disturbance within the riverfront area and the buffer zone, as well as plant 32 trees back here as a replacement. And within this area here, we were trying to comply with the tree policy to minimize the work by leaving the snags. There is some value to snags within the riverfront area. It does provide some wildlife habitat value for critters and that type of things, but to quantify it, cutting a tree down, I'm not sure how you would do that either. But the house that's there, the driveway that's there, the garage that's there, that predates the Wetland Protection Act. Those areas don't count towards it.
I don't agree with that. It doesn't count towards it. Of course, they were predated, but they're still altered. They have altered the land.
Right, but the riverfront in the Wetland Protection Act wasn't around in the 1900s. So, you know, the way that DEP looks at this is that doesn't count. It predates the Wetland Protection Act. You don't look at a lot and say, oh, well, you know, there's 60,000 square feet of impervious area. You can't do anything on it anymore. That's not how the state looks at the riverfront regulation.
Maureen, if you could cite the reg that backs up what you're saying, I'd appreciate it. I'll take a question from Martha.
Okay.
I just wanted to answer one of Brian Bowe's questions. The trees near the fence of the play area are not pines, they're Norway spruce. So they may be equally tall, but they're not the same species. And I don't know whether that was the logic of why they're left, but I noticed that all of that clump that is being left is not the pines.
So what I'm also hearing from that, Martha, is in addition to, you know, information we would need from an arborist besides the health of the tree, is the species of tree.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew, I'm going to circle back to you because I wasn't sure if you were done asking questions.
No, I mean, I disagree, Maureen. I'm reading the regulations. That's not how I read them. And then I guess just since there's so many trees, the tree policy that you're citing doesn't apply. So to leave 32 snags or 23 snags rather, I will never allow that. I mean, I'll never support that. That's just not going to be something that's an alteration to the landscape still, whether you want to, how we quantify that. And then it's just not something that we want to be doing. That's not good practice. So I don't know how to move forward from my point of view. So I guess I'll leave it like that.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Joe?
Thanks, Anika. So let's see. So things that I wanted to say, I don't know, I ended up late in the order this time. So it's things I had, you know, already been asked about. I had the same thought about the erosion control. It looks like maybe there was sort of the red line is more like a limit of work than an erosion control. It doesn't make a lot of sense as an erosion control. You know, a sensible erosion control would be on the downhill side, you know, would extend, you know, maybe some ways, you know, uphill past the addition, but wouldn't need to encircle it completely. And having something on the wetland side of the driveway to the, wait, hold on, I'm getting my cardinal directions, to the north. Probably be more beneficial, exactly where the mouse just moved. More beneficial than anything to the south or east of the addition. Martha asked a lot of questions of the trees being cut. I'm going to ask a much simpler question, which hopefully has a simple answer. Is every single tree that's proposed to be cut down a very tall pine?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there's not a single short tree, and there's not a single deciduous tree. I do want to see the species information because so there's a bunch of down trees on the property, which is obviously considered. I mean, in addition to the ones that you talked about that hit your garage or went to the neighbor's yard. Red pines are not native, I understand, to this part of New England, or at least they've been, a lot of them have been brought in from further north, and they're not doing so hot these days on account of climate change or other causes. And that's why a lot of red pines have recently been cut in the town forest, because they are, dying. So I'm, to some extent, actually happy to see a red pine that is about to die preemptively replaced with a native, hardwood that is going to live, especially if that can be coupled with invasive species control in the same area. So, rip out all the buckthorn, put in, native hardwoods that are going to live, and remove, some red pines in the process. That actually, it feels strange saying this because I'm not, we're talking about cutting down trees. That's pretty much the archetypical opposite of conservation in general. But in the specific case of what ends up with a more healthier vegetation in the buffer zone around the wetland, some of these trees being cut down and replaced actually would probably lead to that. And then, along those lines, so I think Martha might have actually preempted this comment, but I had a thought earlier about the trees that are outside of the jurisdictional area. So obviously, I understand Marine's plan. They're not being cut as part of this proposal. Of course, the funny thing about jurisdictional areas is, as I understand it, if it's not in our jurisdictional area, you can just cut it. It's not part of it doesn't have to be part of a proposal. So the statements can both be true of like it's going to get cut and it's not being cut as part of this proposal. Tying that back in with what I was saying earlier about the possible upsides of invasive species control and replacement of trees that are more likely to survive in this area. If there's any of that kind of improvement going on that's might go on, even if it's outside the jurisdictional area, in my mind it might actually improve the project as a whole to see it. So for example, sort of upper left of the screen, there's some area that's outside of the wetland buffer and outside of the 200-foot line, but it's right next to an area where a bunch of trees are proposed to be removed. If you're going to cut down red pines that are on their way out and replace them, and offer to replace them and offer to pull the buckthorn out there too, that would actually, despite the fact that it increases the absolute number of trees being cut as part of the project, I think might actually make the project look better overall from a conservation perspective. Certainly as far as I understand it, although I would welcome any input from other commission members who understand the issues better and can correct me on any of the details. So you don't have to tell us about it, but if it makes the project look better, you might want to tell us about it, especially if it would then include some additional planting. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Chuck, did you have any comments before I jump in?
I think most of the comments I would make have been said already. So I'm satisfied with how the conversation's going.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to, so the way I see this project is, we're dealing with at least three resource areas that need to be considered here. One is bordering vegetated wetland. Another is a vernal pool habitat. And another is riverfront area. And I'm gonna agree with what Andrew was saying earlier. I don't, from just the riverfront performance standards, I want to know how the proposed work meets the riverfront area performance standards, because I'm not seeing it terribly clearly here.
Okay, well, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm also interested in seeing the 200-foot setback from the certified vernal pool, because it does overlap the southern corner of the property. And also the I don't have a good sense of, to me, if this were to be approved based on the number of trees to be cut, I don't see opportunity for subsequent replacement planting in there. And I don't have an idea, I don't have a good sense of what's going to happen to the areas that were sort of natural forest ground area. I don't have a good understanding of what's going to happen to those areas after these trees are taken. You know, are they going to be left alone to revert back to maybe hardwood growth? Or, you know, is the applicant proposing to install, you know, a pool, a lawn, you know, some additional structures in the backyard? So I just want to know that kind of future thinking so that I know, you know, what I would be approving. Okay, so those are my comments.
Okay.
And at this point, I'll open it up to the public, and then I'll come back to you, Maureen, and the applicant, Scott, to just comment if you'd like to.
Okay.
So is there any member of the public who wants to comment on this? Please go to reactions and raise your hand. Okay, we have two. We have Bob, and I don't know who the other one is, the FMC. So Chuck, if we could go to oh, Bob lowered his hand. I'm going to ask one of these people to unmute. Hello, you're identified as FMCGRANE. Can you introduce yourself, please? Maybe they're having communication problems. Chuck, were you expecting members of the public? Do you have any sense of who this could be? You're muted.
We'll find out if Bob Connor, who has come into the commission office before, has anything to say. I did see his hand up before.
I did too. Why don't you ask Bob to unmute? And I'm not sure what's going on with the other person.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, Bob.
Yeah, hi, Chuck. Bob Connor, Reading Open Land Trust, Treasurer. So my thoughts before the meeting were, given the number of trees taken down, I was pleased to see that Scott has a plan to plant a lot of trees. And one comment is that if he's planting them because he has to plant that many, he's welcome to contact the trust and plant some of the trees beyond his fence line on land trust property, to working with the town tree warden. And I think that would be amenable to the land trust. My other comment is we had a butter of one of our properties cut down a large pine tree, which was right by her backyard. And her concern was of it falling onto the house and the pool area. So I know the Conservation Commission is doing good work, but I do sympathize with large trees falling onto the property. So I guess maybe you discussed it, but all the trees being cut down in danger of falling on the house or the yard area. And if that's the case, then I see it as a difficult decision. But I guess that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Bob. Let's try FMCGRANE.
And while we're waiting on that, go ahead, Joe.
Sure. I just wanted to say hopefully can we hear you now? I'm guessing this is Frederick McGrain of 16 Catherine, which is only a few yards away, is in a butter. I just looked up the last name in the town GIS to see if there were any neighbors who matched. But we can't hear you, I'm afraid. I'm guessing there's a microphone problem because they don't appear to be muted. But there is a butter whose name matches that username or whatever we're looking at. Oh, connecting to audio.
Chuck, do you want to give out the actual phone number for this Zoom meeting, so that the applicant or so that the member of the public could call in using their phone?
Sure, it's 1-646-518-9805. And the meeting ID is 817-838-7468.
Any objections, Chuck, to me putting that in the chat?
No.
Or sending that to, okay.
Chuck, you just read that out of the agenda, right? So that's also there if
yeah, that's posted on the town website under the calendar for today's address of today's date. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. This is going to take me a minute to type up in the chat. So, Martha, you want to run the meeting temporarily?
Martha,
Unmute,
you're
please,
muted.
Martha.
So I don't want to speak out of turn. I know my wife would like to make a comment. I don't know if she's considered public since her name was not on the application.
Sure, that would be a great time for her to speak while we're waiting to hear from Fred McGrain.
Hi. So I've been listening, to all of these meetings periodically. I just feel like I have to continue to stress the desire for these trees to come down is a safety concern. These trees are dangerous. I have 2 small children that are in my house hoping to have another one coming, and I can't continue to sit back. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I am willing to plant as many trees as you want, but these trees are dangerous. I have seen these trees fall down. I have seen large dead branches fall down in my yard. I'm concerned for the safety of my family and my 2 children, my 2 small babies. So while I appreciate everything you're saying, and I will We're willing to do whatever you guys want us to do, but I can't continue to sit back and just have my husband's safety concerns. It almost feels like they're not significant to you guys. And that's extremely frustrating because we've been working with you for a year, watching things fall down in our yard, watching things fall down in our neighbor's yard, replacing things on our garage. It's going to hit our house. One of these trees is going to hit our house one of these days and endanger one of my kids or my husband or myself. So I appreciate everything you're saying. We are willing to work with you, but we're going to continue to advocate for the safety of our kids because this is not, it's not safe. These pine trees are not safe. They're not designed to be next to our house. So I need to continue to advocate for my family. I'm going to continue to do such. And I appreciate your time and everything you're doing, but I need you guys to understand our serious concerns for the dangerous trees that are on our property. And I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Hi, this is Fred McGrain. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Fred, you might want to mute your computer so you're not getting that feedback.
Turn the speaker off on the computer.
Yeah.
Maybe just move away from the computer or.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, that's
Much
great.
better.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Now, I am a neighbor. I am Fred McGrain. I live on Catherine Ave. And they are neighbors of mine, Scott and Kayla. And my only comment is I do see, you know, Kayla, especially out with the children in the yard. And I live, you know, not that far from them. And the trees in their yard are very, very tall. And we've actually, we have similar trees in our yard. And yeah, they branches have come down. Luckily, my kids are grown at this point, so it's not really a concern for mine anymore. But I know when growing up, it was a concern. So I pretty much just want to echo what Kayla had just mentioned. That's all. Just as a concerned neighbor, they seem like nice neighbors, young kids, young family. I'm just trying to give my support to their efforts. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, it sounds like we need some additional information. So I'd entertain a motion to continue.
Yes, so could we please continue for 2 weeks?
I'll make a motion to continue this hearing to May 25th.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Go ahead.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Scanlon in favor. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Scott, thank you for coming out.
Yep, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
So, Chair Scanlon, you were requiring a arborist report on the trees, or I was unclear about that. I have my notes that it was mentioned a couple of times. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, I don't think I was the only one who mentioned it.
What are the asks for the applicant so it's clear? And it has to be into the office by like Thursday at 2 o'clock. If it's just paperwork, that should be fine.
Let me see if I can sum it up as best I can. I didn't remember all the details, so it would be good to go back and just listen to
Let's
the hearing again.
Go through the whole commission. So everybody talk about.
So I'm going to say, from my standpoint, the 200-foot setback from the certified vernal pool should be shown. The species of trees that are being proposed to be cut. You don't have to do species of all the trees on the property. How about that? But the type of trees that are going to be cut, the health of the trees. I know there's some labeled dead. That's fine, you know, but ones that can survive. I also wanted to get a sense of the trees that are there, which ones are leaning towards the house, which ones are in striking distance of the house. I had a question as to how does the proposed project meet the riverfront area performance standards? Because that wasn't terribly clear. And I'm going to start with that and see if anybody has anything else. Just chime in, other commission members. Maybe a planting plan, like what is going to be proposed and where. If the proposed addition.
Yeah, I think we have the number and types of plantings is specified, but the locations of plantings
Yep.
hasn't been. So locations of plantings would be good.
What's going to happen after the trees are cut? If we do approve this cutting plan, what's the finished area going to look like? Is it going to look natural, or is it getting converted to lawn? Anything else?
So there was the cite the section of the Wetlands Protection Act that exempts the house because predated the riverfront standards, and
Also the alteration, Chuck, though. I mean, it's all the riverfront standards. Like how does the proposed project?
We're trying to move on. I was just citing that other section. So there was that I wrote down. And then I think there was some question about the erosion control. You might want to look at that and see if that could be placed in a different spot that the commission felt, closer to the wetlands, down gradient. So that's what I had, plus what Anika said, and anyone else. I don't know, Andrew, did you have anything?
Chuck, do you have any? I'm still kind of getting up to speed on these regulations. Is the house considered exempt from the alteration count? Is that your understanding as well?
Well, I think it's a good question to ask. That's my understanding.
That it is exempt?
Yeah. But
Okay.
but when they're talking about the addition, the only part of that addition that's redevelopment is the part where that small part that's coming out is, the rest has to meet the standards fully. So that's my understanding of what's going on. So they're not taking down a huge addition and replacing it in kind. It's just that small portion that could be considered redevelopment. The rest is new work in the riverfront area. Or again, I guess as a note, Maureen, if you could, help us cite these sections of the regulations, because it seems like they're going to come up, and it would be handy if we could get something like that with your packet. Okay, I think it would be helpful.
I cited it in the notice of intent report, but I'm more than happy to go through it again and clarify. So that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, clarify that. And then just in that same section that I'm reading, the no significant adverse impacts. So one is the altered land up to 10%, but then provided that at a minimum, 100 feet wide area of undisturbed vegetation is provided. So even if the other commissioners want to accept that it's only the new stuff, everything that's being taken down right now, proposed to be taken down within the 100-foot riverfront area, is still not allowed per the act. So unless you know something I don't, I think that would all have to be removed from the plan or different. And now, just to be respectful for the homeowner, I know there are trees here, there's dead trees, and there are trees that you might make sense to remove, but as it's being proposed, it's just not anything I could approve.
Wow. I'm more than happy to go through it again. That's not a problem.
Okay. But was Joe who said some interesting things. So, I mean, if we could really get down to the nitty gritty, like Anika was saying, tell us where all the red pines are. If this is a real thing, that's then that would be helpful to consider. But it's still altering the landscape, so you have to measure that somehow.
So we will definitely continue to dig into this. Do we have a motion to continue?
We already voted on it.
passed
Yeah,
one.
we already voted.
All right, see, that's because it's late. getting blurry here. I
Okay,
apologize.
well, thanks. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Maureen. We'll see you on the 25th. And if you have any questions, just give me a call. But just remember that distribution time. That would be super helpful.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. All right, we're on to old new business. Chuck, people who are here from the public, we have iPad, we have Jake Romano. Do you know what business they're here for?
I do not.
Okay.
Jake's
Oh, we just lost one. So we're down to iPad. So
you could just iPad. You can you can watch and listen, and that's great. But if you have a question, just raise your hands using the reactions button, and we'll let you speak to the commission. But otherwise, it would just be going on with our meeting. So
Can I just comment on that, though? I would appreciate if whoever iPad is, if they would just identify themselves for the record, because we do try to keep track of who attended the meeting. So if iPad, it has the capability to do that, or to send Chuck an email and just say, it was me, I was iPad. Okay, just for the record, I'd like to know who is here. So moving on, go ahead.
So I wanted to talk about this minor plan change for the fence at Lot 5. And I have it on the screen at this point right now. So this is Lot 5, Veterans Way. They have an existing order of conditions. They want to, I misspoke, it's not a minor plan change. It's a, no, it is a minor plan change. Sorry, it is late. I was confusing that with the minor project permit. Minor plan change. So they want to use a minor plan change to install this fence. The comments that they received is a brand new house on a 6-lot subdivision, and the houses on this side of Veterans Way are all within the 100-foot buffer zone. They received some comments from potential buyers that they're busy road, high retaining wall in the back, and so the applicant would like to install this fence in purple, showed the gates on it as part of their existing permit. It is all within the approved area. It's also outside the 35-foot zone because the stone wall is outside the 35-foot zone. And yeah, that's that's all I have to say about it.
Chuck, when did they want to do this?
ASAP.
Okay.
And Chuck, do you have any idea what kind of a fence it is? Any interference with wildlife?
So they will. I asked her to keep that 3.5-inch gap at the bottom. She said that wouldn't be a problem, and it's a vinyl fence. It's 6 foot.
I don't have an issue with that. I think if I lived there, I would want some sort of barrier between Route 28, my house there. Any comments or questions from commission members?
Makes sense to me.
Joe?
So I'm sorry, because someone asked what type of fence it was, and I looked down at the GIS because I was curious at the easement, and then I missed the answer. I'm going to blame the time.
I was told it's a vinyl fence.
Okay, because the plan that you're projecting, so I don't think this might not be our concern, and therefore I should, hopefully let other, people worry about it. If they site and drain easement, does that mean that they're not supposed to put things up that block your view of Main Street when you're trying to pull out? That might be a concern, not a conservation one, but a traffic safety one. So someone should probably ask someone about that.
We'll just, we can make that a condition that they bring that up to, I'm going to say CPDC or the staff planner as part of our conditional approval.
That sounds good to me. From a conservation perspective, as far as it being as a minor plan change, it makes sense to me.
Okay, make a note.
Any objections to minor plan change? Nope, not hearing any. I'll take a motion to approve a minor plan change to install the fence.
I'll move to approve the minor plan change for, this is 5 Veterans Way with the condition we discussed.
I'll second that.
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
I have to be honest, I'm not, this is over my head. I don't really understand. Can I just not vote for this one? You guys
can abstain.
You sure can.
You can abstain.
Abstain.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Can I just get for the minutes who moved and who seconded?
I moved.
I second.
Joe moved and Brian seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm looking at the typing, I can't see who's talking when you say I. So that was the problem the first time.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay. So we've approved the minor plan change. Installation of a fence. Town forest event discussion.
That's on the agenda just in case someone wanted to talk about their successful day that they had on May 1st.
Did we have a great, that was great. I saw everybody there except you, Chuck. Sorry, missed you. Missed Carl too. But I saw everybody else and got a chance to hobnob with the rest of the.
What was I doing?
You had already put in your time on Saturday doing weed removal and stuff. You'd already done your time on Saturday.
He was building bridges.
No,
but
he was doing boardwalk replacement.
Right.
No, there was a family thing where I couldn't go. Yeah, something was, it wasn't Mother's Day or something. I don't know.
No, it's week before.
Something, I don't know.
But you worked with the Trails Committee on Friday and Saturday to put the new boardwalk in. So
Yeah.
we didn't expect you to give up your whole weekend for.
Yeah, we talked you up.
And that was certainly a successful day also.
Yeah, and I have to say, I don't know why they were making being reposted today, but there were pictures from the boardwalk reconstruction. And the text that I saw reshared, the same post reshared on social media about 5 different places today. The text credited the Conservation Commission as helping with this. And I looked at the pictures and no commissioners are there. It's just Chuck. So thank you, Chuck. You are getting a bit of publicity to the rest of us. We're getting credit for your work.
Anika gave me permission to go there and she said, be a crowd. And
that was,
so there, there you go.
I was, yes.
No, I think that was, I read that too, and I was like, what? But no, that's great. It was an excellent day. And I get to tell the reason why it was great is because we had enough people and we were there at 9 and we were done at like 1, and then we were out of there by 2. And the work was easy and everyone kind of knew what they were doing and it came out great. It was, sometimes that doesn't happen and there's work left to do and somebody has to say, well, I'll come by on Monday and fix it. But we just really got a great day and people stopped by and said, hey, and Martha stopped by. So it was good. And, but we were supposed to talk about what you guys did.
So what we did is we set up a table, we put it at the end of and my dog came and took over everybody and
ran in the mud multiple times.
Brian took me down to the place where there's gravel fill and showed me that area and that small pile that's left over up further up the hill. And my dog decided that was a perfect place to jump in and then get stuck and not be able to find a way out. And so when he got out, he did a great shake, and I'm still trying to get that mud out of my clothes because it's super fine. It's worse than sand from the beach, but there were lots of trails. There were some great Kiosks throughout town forest. It was, you know, an amazing, it was a really good day. I don't think it was hugely attended number wise, but it was busy. There were a lot of people there.
So I was going to say, I was talking to other people about the turnout, and I would say that unanimously, people were happy with the turnout of the tables, of the people there to present things. Everybody wished there were more attendees. One of the things that I suggested is revisiting where it was advertised to see if there's some other place that it might be more advantageous. And also on the next one, to have a sheet where people, without even writing their names, if they didn't want to, just said, where did I hear about this? And so we could find out which areas, which advertising venues were in fact more successful or not. But I do think it's a pretty good turnout. If nothing else, it was a great networking time. Yeah, I was talking up and down the row. I'm sure you're surprised by them talking, but it was actually very useful. I got to talk to Will Finch and Kathy Kelly and on and on.
We could barely keep them at our table. No, it was really, really good. I did a wildlife quiz with Brian about what features are in the woods. I did give out Seedles, and I'm hoping to buy a couple more to give out at Friends and Family Day. Just gave out 1 pack per family, had a couple leftovers. So, made sure that people didn't throw them in town forest. But I thought, just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out. I've got the table and all of Martha's supplies for Friends and Family Day. A lot of people really liked the postcards, Andrew.
Oh, good, thanks.
They didn't get enough distribution. I think I think we should just wholesale hand those out at Friends and Family Day as just info cards for people.
I think everybody who came to the table got one, and they got a copy of the brochure about invasive species. And the table was, somebody was there pretty much all the time talking to me while I was sitting at the table. It's just, each person would come and stay 10 or 15 minutes. So the total number of people who came was not that big. But, I think it was a good chance to chat with people and talk about invasive species and talk about wetland protection and give the kids a chance to do a few activities.
And by the way, Chuck, I did get a picture. I took a picture of the table with Martha and Anika there and some guy who was relatively unhappy talking with Anika in particular. So I can send that to you so you'll have a conservation activity picture with people in it.
There was a resident there who used to attend a lot of our meetings, and he was particularly unhappy with continued flooding issues at Batchelder.
Right.
Remember that one?
Batchelder.
Flooding. It's off Haverhill, and he said that it continues to be a stagnant pond area and actually back floods. It actually is causing a flooding problem on that side of the street. So.
Which side are we talking? Like in the back? It's
the
like a
west
horseshoe.
Side.
So he's in the horseshoe in the back there?
Yeah. So,
I also talked to a resident who was unhappy. There's apparently some town land somewhere near Henzie. And it's apparently loaded with invasives, and she wanted to know what the Conservation Commission was planning on doing about that.
Yeah, Henzie's a little bit of an issue. We've had a lot of trouble with landscapers dragging materials down the street and dumping it into the
it wasn't
end of
on
Henzie.
Henzie. There's some other street near that she named. But I think it's actually across the street from Henzie, but I couldn't picture what town land was over there. But anyway.
I would definitely expect way more of those types of interactions for Friends and Family Day.
Yeah, okay.
That's an opportunity. People come out and they say, you know what, I got to talk to these people because, you know, they may not speak up at a public meeting, but they want to have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
There's things they're unhappy about.
And by the way, speaking of Friends and Family Day, I can't be there. The other day, Martha, did you say you can't be there also?
Yeah, I can't be there.
I'll be there.
I'm
Okay, just so we
planning
have
on it.
a quorum or something.
I'm double checking the date. That is June
11.
11th. Yeah, it's on the calendar. It's on the family calendar, not just mine. So, you know, so yeah.
But
What time is it at?
I want to.
usually an all day thing, like a.
Yeah, it's 10:30 to 3 is what it says on my calendar, but that's not. I don't know if that's
Remember?
I may have created some. I may have put in some buffer around that. While I'm talking, I have to say thanks to Martha in particular for the invasives pamphlet, because I was sitting at this desk in my home looking at this picture of garlic mustard and looking out my side window in my new yard here, because I just bought this house only like a month ago, and seeing, oh, that's what that like 20 by 20 foot area of, you know, like I filled 2 kitchen trash bags stuffed very full of garlic mustard.
You'll be doing that for a few years.
I understand that it doesn't go away right away. It tells me all about it here.
Hey,
but
Mark,
I was, you know.
Yeah. I had a light bulb moment like that in my backyard after seeing it in a picture in an invasives book. So, yeah.
So Martha, after our site visit where you pointed it out to the homeowner, I noticed it up and down Stroud Ave when I was on dog walk. So I plucked a lot of it. I didn't have a bag to throw it away in, so I put it on the road, hoping that would cook it and it would die. Is that okay? Is there a better thing I should do with it?
Can we talk about this at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you mind? I'm sorry. Sorry, Brian.
In that case, I do have one actually commission meeting question. Do we have an account yet for a gift account that we could?
We don't.
Talk about?
No. Do you have, someone wants to make a gift? We don't have a gift account because we've had so many other things we've been working on. So that's not on the list, but it didn't get discussed. And then town meeting was last week, and you can't get near the finance department and the town manager at that time anyways.
No, that's fine.
So
I just want to keep on bringing it up.
yeah, please do. I will just make another note for myself.
Let's move on with the agenda though. Future planning, development and goal setting. So as many of you know, I'm coming to the end of my almost 2 decades here.
Almost 2 decades. That's a stretch. It's like
I'm rounding up. It's not far off. I'm hoping to do a just sort of conservation, sort of development goal setting type of meeting at Matera. And I was talking to Chuck and Martha about it. And we had 2 possible dates. So other members, I thought I'd use those as a starting place. So we're trying to do something during the week so that Chuck doesn't have to take a weekend day to do this. We're thinking Tuesday, May 17th. We're starting with a Tuesday evening, May 17, 5:30 to 7, or well, let's start with that one.
I could do that.
That's a yes. Is there anybody who cannot make it who wants to? Tuesday, May 17, 5:30 to 7 at Matera Cabin.
I'm not sure I'll be able to do that, but I'll have to talk with my wife about it.
Okay. The alternate date, the other Tuesday we came up with was the 31st, 5 to 7. Is that any better?
Same issue. My daughter has swim at 7, and my son, we try to get to bed around 7:30. So I guess that might work, 5:30 to 7. Well, I don't know where my son will. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. I might if I might leave at 6:30. That could work potentially.
Okay.
Or something like that. Or I could bring Jack with me.
You're welcome to. Kids are welcome.
Might be a little bored.
Yes.
Well, what if we did 5 to 6:30 on whichever day?
On Tuesday, May 31st? Because I couldn't meet any earlier than 5:30 on the 17th.
That's the day after Memorial Day.
I know.
Yeah, and so actually I can't do the 31st. I haven't got to say that yet. So at all. So
okay.
Should we just say the 17th, 5:30 to 6:30?
Or it could go to 7, but I'll probably have to just duck out early.
Okay. John, what do you think?
I can make, was it the 17th? I can make that work.
Wait, that's next week?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Take that back.
Oh.
Okay.
Want to go June?
We could go to June.
So
you guys want to throw out a day or time? I want to do it on a week where we don't have a conservation meeting.
So that would be the 7th?
No, we have a meeting on the 8th.
Oh, with the 8th, yeah.
So you're looking at the 14th.
14th, yeah, and the 28th.
So it doesn't have to be a Tuesday for me, but I mean, Monday through Thursday. Chuck doesn't work Friday. Is Thursday better?
Still, oh.
Go ahead, Joe.
Chuck, are you still only in the office some days? Like, does that make a difference?
No, I'm in the office every day.
Okay, all right, back to that.
Except for Friday.
What about June 16, Thursday?
I can't. I'll still be in California for that wedding and the funeral.
Oh, boy. On the 23rd. Oh, it's conservation meeting week.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, so Brian, you just
It's also the last day of school.
So you're not going, so this is going to have to be over at 5:30 on those days. I have another commission meeting on those weeks. And so it wouldn't be a 5 to 7 thing if I'm going to be there. But you guys could have this yourselves too.
What about a Monday such as June 6th? Do you have another meeting that evening? I know it's a conservation week, but it's not the same day as, it's not the day before.
I could do 6. I mean, or another option, if Chuck's not going to be there, we could do it on I was thinking we could do it on a Sunday afternoon. For me, those tend to be
Sounds awesome.
available. I'll bring the sangria.
I've got my daughter has softball games on Sunday the 15th, Sunday the 22nd. The following weekend is Memorial Day weekend. I understand that
we could have a Zoom meeting, and we could all bring our own favorite beverage.
Yeah, we
Mine will be fun as I mean,
depends on who you are.
Okay, fair. I mean, it's true. I'm about to say it's you know, I can hope to have this meeting somewhere where I could, you know, walk or at least bike home from. Chuck's got to drive back to Arlington no matter what. So
what about June 3rd?
Where'd my calendar go?
I will be away.
That's a Friday. You can't have a Friday afternoon meeting.
Am I the only one that next Tuesday doesn't work? Because you all can meet without me.
You could Zoom. We could Zoom you in.
No, I'll be. My son has karate orientation.
Let's see. And then so what was the preference of Tuesday over Wednesday? Was there a reason for that one? I mean, assuming it's not a conservation week, so.
If a Wednesday's fine for me if it's not a conservation week. So we could do the 18th.
How's the 18th look to people?
It's all right with me.
I'm still in California.
When do you leave, Brian?
May 18th.
Next week.
Oh, May 18th. Sorry. I thought we were on June again. May 18th.
We've been bounced all around, but we're back in May.
How about May 18th?
Yeah.
What time are we talking now?
I could do that.
You want to say 4:30 to 6:30? Or 5 to 6:30? We could say 5 to 6:30. I don't know how much time we need.
Well, you could start with an hour and a half. If we needed more time, we thought it was useful, we could have
Meet
another-
again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So what time did we end up with?
May 18th, 5 to 6:30. How does that sound?
Any
Now,
complaints?
I think that's
Any
good.
complaints?
Yeah. I think
Now, hopefully Chuck can get Matera Cabin for that time.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
Better be
I was about to say,
available.
my son has a cooking class at Matera Cabin from 3 to 4:15 p.m. on Wednesday afternoons.
What?
Well,
So that he
show
will
up
be there 45 minutes earlier than that time. I
They're
don't know if we can get,
Someone's cooking at Matera Cabin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come to leave the
the
cookies.
junior
We have
chef.
a severe mouse problem at Matera Cabin. And everyone's saying, who's bringing in the food? Who's bringing in the food? This is what we've been doing for the last week.
Well, there's a cooking class there.
Okay.
I know.
So I
Seems
don't-
like someone
So I just want to
wasn't
say,
saying,
the essence of this meeting, I just want to say is like to talk about what we're doing right, where you think we we can take aim and do improvements. And if anybody wants to really hone in and get specialized on something, let's talk about that. So it's,
Okay, if we've picked a date and the only trouble is whether Matera Cabin is available, I'm happy to host it at my house if Matera Cabin is not available. How's
Okay.
that?
Thank you. We got a backup plan.
Can we, this is an extremely strange open meeting law question. Can we have a public meeting at someone's private residence? Is that fine?
you'll have to post it.
I mean, we have to
We'll
post
post
it no matter what, but like, if we post it and it's like such and such Sanborn Lane, that's the location. As long as that's
Chuck-
fine, that's fine.
Chuck, do you have time
So,
tomorrow to post it?
I just asked the town clerk and we'll just do whatever the town clerk tells us to do. Post it or find another venue or whatever.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Matera on the 18th.
All
Matera
right.
on
Great.
the
We'll
18th.
get to see the new garden beds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there
May or may
anything else,
not-
Chuck? It's getting late. Is anything else we should talk about tonight?
Oh, you're done with your stuff, so it's
Yeah,
getting late,
done.
Chuck. Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What else you got?
I just wanted to let you guys know that I was approached by Kevin Bowmiller today. He's the veterans agent. He's pretty much, he's going to be leaving real soon. But his idea to pave the Matera Cabin parking lot so we could have some groups there during the week. It's a time when it's not used that much, and the pavement would help get people in and out of the place. He's the veterans agent, and this is kind of something that he looked at. So he was going to go to the APA meeting tonight and request that.
So is the
get some
idea
funding for that.
it would improve handicap access if it was paved?
It wouldn't improve. It's not really handicap, but access. It would ease access. And what it would do for the parking lot is it would get rid of the potholes. So he brought that to me kind of last minute, wasn't even written up. He was just wondering what my ideas were on it, but I noticed that that ARPA meeting was tonight, so it might have been presented to them. I thought it was a fine idea. This is not in the wetlands buffer zone, or it's not even a jurisdictional area. And so to get more access, to have more people be able to use the cabin, I thought it was fine, but I wanted to know if there's any objections from the commission.
Just for me, I don't know if it was a condition of the sale. Did they put any restrictions on how the land was to be developed when they sold it over? I don't know the answer. You may already know. And
I didn't look into it.
For me personally, I kind of like the gravel. I think it's, but I definitely want, I see the need for if people are having trouble accessing it. That's an important concern.
So that's a maybe. Does anyone else have an objection?
I like the gravel, but I understand that it is not being maintained well and it's really uncomfortable going over the potholes. So I can see benefits to having a paved surface, especially with increased use due to the gardens, etc.
Another benefit is plowing in the wintertime, you won't be pushing gravel, what have you, to the sides.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds like we don't have anything in front of us to vote on, but it sounds like this is fine to, say that move forward with this, and when it comes time, we could vote on it.
I will say I would prefer that the gravel be maintained so that so that accessibility isn't an issue. But anyway, what's next?
I would also talk to you guys a lot about how to spend the money that Fidel offered the commission. It's still use it or lose it. And I've locked in on one thing that seems feasible. It's a sign for Matera Cabin, nice high visibility sign. And that's what I would want to go with. It's if you've been down to the DPW yard, it's similar to the sign down there without the town seal on it and the gold leaf lettering, which is, yeah. So outside of that, that's what I wanted to use the $3,000 on, and it would come in at around $3,000 for that. So the Matera Cabin has an entrance sign. It's like 3 foot by 9 inches on 2 pressure treated 4x4s. It's rough. And with the improvements that we're doing in that area, there's going to be a circular garden bed made right at the front, about 20 feet long and 3+ feet wide. And that's going to have some shrubs in it and some plants that will be maintained by the community garden people, and along with a pollinator garden and their own garden beds. So that's the plan. If there was more money, we would get another parking sign or another Matera or Bear Meadow sign at the Pearl Street entrance. But any objections to spending the money on that? So really, out of all the stuff that we were going to, came down to 3 things: a survey, which can't happen, this sign, and I can't remember what was the third thing. It doesn't matter because it didn't happen either.
The fence?
No, the fence. Well, actually, the fence was $40-something hundred, and we have another way of hopefully making that happen.
So Chuck, I had another idea. I don't know what the property is, but the property where there needs to be an official survey. How much was that for the surveyor? Was that 6,000?
No, so we got an estimate. Just a verbal estimate that it was 3,000.
Okay, so that is only conservation in that it would bring under our custodianship, right? So that's kind of a stretch, but not a huge stretch.
So the reasons why that wasn't on the top of my list, although it met our what we had for money, is because the abutting land is town forest land, and then the direct abutter is water department land. So we don't have any land there. The only reason why conservation is involved is because we can accept the land through the statute without going to town meeting. So it's an easy path. And so fine, like, hey, we'll take the land, that's great. But then it turned out, since we're getting the land, we have to pay for it. And And for me, that was tough to swallow because the first $3,000 we have since I've been here that we've been given to spend money on has to go for something that, you know, that's not a direct connection to something that conservation does. So for that, and so it's the eyeball thing. How many eyeballs are going to know that we bought this piece of land and spent and again, at Matera Cabin, I think that sign will, you know, a lot of people will notice Matera now. If it gets paved, that would be even better. If Kevin comes up with his plan to have a group there 3 days a week, you know, and it's used more, it just all works with the community garden and all that. So I figured that was a good spot to put the money. And
That makes a lot of sense. I'll make a motion to do that.
And just so you're not just, you know, and July 1st, we should be coming together with new asks for our part of the 15,000, which is probably actually 10,000 or less at this point, because Fidel said every committee that had their normal stipend can get that. So you have to take that 1,500 out of 3 committees. So what's that?
So
$4,500.
So Chuck, what's happening with thoughts on a budget for next year?
There's no budget. The budget is Fidel offered 5 groups or committees where one of them a share of $15,000, but the ones that got the 15,000, the ones that got 1,500 a year typically went to the select board meeting and said, you know, what's the change all about? This doesn't make any sense. So the long and short of that select board meeting was the people that that got a stipend always will get that. So there's 5 groups: conservation, trails committee, historical, and town forest. Trails, historical, town forest always got money. They're going to get that money again without making a request. And that drops the 15 down to like 10.5. And that 10.5 is up for a split between what I heard was all 5 again. You just have to come up with a budget or an ask for it. So we could have a $7,000 ask for our Bear Meadow study. We could have a $5,000 ask for, I don't know, 5 benches, you know, whatever it is, but that hasn't come up yet. But certainly that survey could be one of the asks.
Maybe we'll talk about it next Wednesday.
Yeah, yeah, we have to have it available, you know, I would say end of June, last 2 weeks of June, we should come up with something. And I've been getting estimates, and it just turns out that I got an estimate on the Matera Cabin to stain it and paint it, but now there's a volunteer group that will do that. So I've set that up, so we're only paying for materials, and the materials coming for the facilities department. So everything that I was thinking about has kind of worked itself out really well. So, yeah.
That's cool.
No, it really worked out with the volunteer group. So we just need some thoughts on what the list was, what's missing from the list, and where we want to spend the money now.
Is that something, can we start? Lists are best written down. We don't have a written list that's been circulated yet, right? I think it'd be certainly, I know I'd be more able to make myself useful if there was an existing list, and you know, I could say, okay, well, here's something that's not on it, and of the things that are on it, here's my favorite.
Well, I put that memo together for the select board.
Well, that was, but that was, so then that was Bear Meadow, invasive control, right. And oh, then it was just miscellaneous maintenance, the 1,500. Okay. But yeah, I think we're already, we've talked about a lot of good things since then that weren't on that list. So I think we need a new, and also that was a, you know, so I think, you know.
So
no.
I'm going to propose we try to flush that out as best we can next Wednesday. and bring that list and just build it moving forward. It's getting pretty late. I don't know how much longer we're gonna have Joe.
Still here.
Should we vote on minutes? Is there anything else?
Oh, yeah, is there
We
anything else?
definitely need to. I think we have some spectacular minutes from April 27, 2022. I don't have any comments on them.
I didn't have any when I read it.
I got Joe's comments.
Yeah, I sent one correction to Chuck because there was the same RDA got there was, I think it was a copy paste or whatever, but yes, it had
Yeah, because I want to get out of here before the axe murderer finds me. Okay.
fine. So
I
all right, well
move
then,
that we accept the minutes from April 27th.
Seconded.
do I need to say anything to indicate that it includes what I sent to Chuck?
As amended.
Thanks.
Still seconded.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Girbett in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor. Any other minutes? Is that the only one?
No other minutes.
Okay.
I mean, that's our last meeting we're talking about.
So
I guess we have holes to fill in the past.
So things we're not really getting are the violation notices, Jim Castellano and the conservation monthly meeting and Matera Cabin. Is there anything among those four that's like, we gotta know?
I emailed the homeowners at 1505 Main Street. That's one of the two Jim Castellano houses, the one that we spent our time on. And they wrote back, and then I wrote back and haven't heard from them. So what I haven't done, and I don't know if have any of you driven by there lately, by the way, to notice how's the mowing? Is there mowing?
It has been mowed flat. However, there are some small shrubs that have been planted under the trees. So we have a nice bowling green type lawn with shrubs and trees growing out of it. And the shrubs still have their little nursery tags, and I just saw it from the street, so I didn't take a closer look at what exact shrubs they are.
All right, I'll drive by when my last weekend was weird, but I'll drive by when I get the chance and
Okay.
reach out to the homeowner again.
And Chuck, I see the effects of the cutting on General Way every day. Like I want to get a response from those guys before I'm done in June. And if you need to give me a phone number and I call them up, that's what we got to do. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that that's something that has to be, hold on, I got to answer.
Okay.
You know, I know you want to leave, but don't ask the question if you want to leave. So I think that they don't know what they did wrong. They thought they had a order of conditions, but we need to follow up. I mean, Brian and myself have been working on these violations, and there's a process and something that we're working on. So there's actually a second letter that we've sent once already, and I am assuming that they're getting a second letter, and we're going to invite them to another meeting. And if that doesn't work, that's when the commission would vote on a violation. So you may not be here by the time that happens. We have to establish the effort of contacting them to be to have that chain visible for any kind of proceeding that takes on after this. So we can't really jump.
So
the shock.
That's on me. So I'll write one of those follow-up letters and get it to you tomorrow, so you can send it to Mr. Dennis to make.
A happy Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I was wondering if we sent it the wrong address because it took like 7 days to answer it, but who knows?
I got it out of the GIS. It's not always right.
No, I know, but I know they don't live there, but.
Okay.
So.
Then before we adjourn, I'm just going to comment that I attended town meeting. Well, kind of, right, Joe? I kind of attended town meeting. I missed the last day.
You totally attended. I mean, so I missed 2 of them on account of
Everything.
isolating after a positive COVID test. And then I came back and I got to sit next to Anika, and then I was again, and then the time, and then an amendment to promote planting of natives. That Anika submitted. Go ahead, Anika.
I made an amendment to the proposed smart growth district regulation changes. And after I made, kind of in the spirit of what I believe Jamie Mon would have wanted, God rest his soul, I propose that any open space areas be required to be planted with a minimum of 75% native species, and where at all feasible, preferentially planted with shade trees to start to chip away at the downtown Smoke District heat island effect. That's going to start hitting us this weekend, maybe tomorrow, right? It's going to warm up. And we've got all that solid space, and we can use some green space to make that a lot more cool, a lot more livable. So anyway, and I wasn't there and it got passed.
It got passed? Yay.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, so actually it was the moderator saw that this had been submitted in writing, but then that you weren't there. He was going to go on, and Mary Ellen O'Neill spoke up and asked if she could make the motion in your absence, and Alan was like, sure, and then it passed with almost no discussion. It was great.
So
if anyone had anything to say about it that wasn't supportive, I would have spoken, but I didn't bother speaking because
and after I drafted the amendment, I looked and saw that a lot of what I was proposing, also encouraging the use of green infrastructure for stormwater management as well. So a lot of this stuff was already, kind of already in the guidance documents for development of the smart growth district that the town already prepared, but this kind of made it a little bit more codified. Putting it in the regs made it gave it a little more teeth, and it's a little bit stronger language. So yay. All right, so there it is.
On that note.
Yeah, are you done? Okay, here we go.
I got something.
I was wondering.
No, I don't.
We got to put a time limit on your last meeting, I think. We're going to like 2 o'clock in the morning for the.
I should just keep working. I'm so awake right now. Right, so no, thank you, everybody. And
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
All those in favor? Wave.
I'll second that, by the way. So you get that.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Bye.
Okay. We'll see you Wednesday. Bye.
Thank you. Yep.
All right.